me which kind of waifu cup I should use tonight. Try the new drink. Cat, what kind? What kind? All of them have booba. All of them do. What's up, Newport? What's up, YouTube? Because I gotta go get the drink part ready. So. Pirate? I mean, just throw a topic out there, like, and I'll let you know if I got a cup that corresponds with it. I've got quite a few waifu cups. Oh, volume down. Oh, song's ending, that's why. Well, why is the volume down? I don't have a Dune girl, though, I will tell you this. The cat girl streamer with the ear headphones? I got that. The pictures aren't... So it's not the pictures themselves that are colored, it's the lids. But I got a cat girl with headphones. The sticker on it's like majorly fucked, though, but I got one. Do we want to do that? Actually, no, the picture's ugly. The picture's ugly. I don't want to show that on stream. The picture's ugly. No, I haven't logged into Nikkei yet today. Fate Stay Night? No, I don't play Fate Stay Night. But I don't even have a cup that's Saber-esque either. Well, I do have my Crusader one. The guy that's for... the guy that's like the Dark Souls streamer guy who had the Crusader waifu cup. I got that. Should I use that? Got a bucket helmet. That's because I'm not done with the intro. But I have to ask real quick. That's why. That's why the music's still loud. I'm running late. I'm still setting stuff up on the back end. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. I'll go get the Crusader waifu cup. Alright guys, I'll be right back. This one's cool too. Okay, sorry for the extended out intro, guys. Sorry. I was off work late, and so, the workout ran a little late, and I still had to do some extra setup for the unboxing. Sorry, guys, sorry. So, memberships are live over on YouTube. Thank you, Six, for being the first member. Thank you, thank you. Memberships are entirely optional if you guys would just like to help support the channel. Otherwise, just viewing, giving the stream a like, subscribing, leaving a comment. That all helps push it too. I'm excited to unbox this tonight, guys. I'm like really excited. I want to try it really bad. You guys ready? And of course, came in Saturday after the 12-hour stream. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it, right? Oh, like why? Why would it do anything different? So how was your guys' weekend? While I finished setting everything up, how was your guys' weekend? Man, this sounds like EDM out of like friggin' like DDR days, man. I like this one. Hi everybody, hello! Oh, I didn't do the normal, sorry. Okay, sorry. Peakers obtained. Red, thank you for your resub. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Tier 1, 15. Mwah. Thank you. Ready, here, and excited. Hee hee hee. Peakers. So, guys, before we get started, I have a question for chat. A big question, okay? And it's actually kind of a serious question here. So, there's been some snags with getting a 2.0 model. I'm having to speak with a different artist than what I originally announced on birthday. And so we're discussing things back and forth. So, in the meantime, I've gotten a different kind of model. It's still the 2.0 design, but it's not like a normal live 2D model, okay? So, the question is, are you guys okay if I go ahead and debut this other type of model with limited new emotes and then save like the new background, the new alerts, like the full new redo of like emotes and all of that for when I get the full live 2D model? And we kind of treat this like a 1.5. Is that okay with you guys? Because technically Subathon was supposed to be for, you know, raising money for that, but like a pre-debut. Yeah, basically. I don't want to show you guys the model because I do want it to be a surprise. Certain people have seen it because I needed feedback on it, but it is the 2.0 design. And it does motion, and there will be toggles and like stuff you guys can interact with, but it won't be like a model like this one. So, if you guys are okay with that, I'll set a time to debut it maybe like November-ish, since October's kind of busy. You know, we'll have some new emotes here and there because I've already gotten some done and some made, but the artist and I that are talking back and forth, it's looking like it's gonna be like 1100 for the art, and then I would still need it rigged, and then you know how much ever else for all the other assets. So, and it's gonna be delayed back than initially because I had to change artists. So if you guys are okay with that, we'll do that. I don't know what you mean by a type of model. I mean, do you guys want to know? Do you want me to spoil it, or do you guys want to wait? It's a moving model still. It's not going to be like a PNG tuber, but it's not like an animated anime one. Actually, that art's cheaper than what this model was. This model was about like 12, 13. So, wait. I mean, it is live 2D, but it's not anime art. But it's not realistic art either. Hi, Lazy. How you doing? Like, if I say what type of art it is, you guys are, it's like, it kind of spoils it. So, do you guys just want to, you guys just want me to tell you? I know Kelly's like, wait! But do you guys just want me to go ahead and tell? I know the limbo time. I know of the limbo time. Auntie's like, I remember when she didn't even have either of them. Like, maybe like 10 people in chat. I remember that now. I'll just be surprised then. Okay. I like surprises. Okay. We can do that. We can do that. Because it should be done here relatively soon. I'm just not going to set a hard date for it yet because I haven't got the finished one yet. I like surprise. Awesome. It must be really weird for my coworker on YouTube chat to see me as an anime cat girl. I know what she looks like in real life. What? And also gets to see me totally like without my work hat on and like no filter. Well, there's no filter as YouTube and Twitch will allow me to be. Hi Umbrella! How you guys doing? So yeah, I will say for this new type of model that's got the 2.0 design, toggles, the art and rigging all together was 800. Which really is not that bad for a model. It's like really not. And it's going to be really good quality. And as soon as you guys see it and I tell you who did it, you guys will know who did it. So, this site is more fun. Well, that's because I don't have to be at work in work mode and making sure stuff gets done. I get to be fun me. I try to be fun me at work, but, you know, like when you're busy working, right? At work, we have to be so serious. Yeah, exactly. Work is like... You have to be somewhat professional at work too, as opposed to just gamer talk. If I got to be just gamer talk, it'd be like a whole different story at work. I'd get fired. She dropped the R word at work. Sorry, I moved too far out of the screen. So, okay, then we'll just do that. I'll upload the new emotes that I have made for it. I might get a couple more, but I'm also going to be using some of the subathon money to change my desk layout. I'm going to make it an L desk. So I'm going to be improving the back end part that you guys never ever see anyways. But, I'm sorry you have to put up with her at work. Hey, I'm told I'm the fun tech, okay? I'm the fun tech, which tells you something. Yeah, I'm the fun one. I get away with so many gamerisms at work. I really don't because I have to be somewhat professional. Like, if I'm just talking, like, amongst fellow technicians, I get to be a little bit. But it's also, like, how... I don't want my boss to know that I'm an anime 2D cat girl on the internet. He knows I stream, and I'm like, we're gonna keep it at that. We're just gonna keep it at that. He doesn't know I'm a VTuber. He doesn't even need to know what a VTuber is. We're just gonna go there. Absolutely the fun tech. Yeah, so Azurite, aka Kelly, she's also a tech. And he's not here, but Kami over on YouTube, he's also a tech. So, like, we have, like, so if you ever got questions, we got knowers in chat. Yeah, when Kelly and I figured out that we all had that we had the same job, we were like, wait, people in this field also do this? And then we met Kami and we're like, what? More people do this? I thought only normies had this job. But so there you go. Coworker in chat is a big horror fan. So Styx will get along perfectly with coworker. Big horror fan. Was wearing a Daryl Dixon shirt the other day. Ew, normies. Fortunately, the normies I work with are actually really good. Like, they, some of them are gamers to some degree, or were at one point, but, you know, hit middle age and now they watch, like, you know, normie stuff. Hi, Armentia, how you doing? Horror, yes. Yes. I hope most of the time when people understand that when they ask for help and I go no, like I'm like 99% of the time joking, and that one time I mean it seriously. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Like, I really hope people realize this, because my sarcasm can sound almost too deadpan sometimes. Thanks. Like The Price is Right. More like 90 Day Fiance, and that doesn't mean that there's anything bad with 90 Day Fiance. I'm just like, that level of normie is what I mean. That level, like, I never watched that. I watched the wedding shows with my mom. I liked watching the wedding dresses. I liked seeing the wedding designs and then going, that ain't worth a fucking car. What do you mean? But, you know, and I watched The Little Couple because it was fascinating to see, like, how life had to change and, like, worked differently for them. Like, that was, like, you know, but that's as normie, like, show as I got. What's up, Kay, over on YouTube as well? It's fun being sarcastic when we get the chance. It is. Until you get like that one pharmacist who's like, stop yapping. And you're like, oh god, my brain. No, I always take everything everyone says 100% seriously. Well, I think one of my coworkers did yesterday because she was like, Wispy, I need help. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. But I was like actually in the middle of doing something. And she goes, well, you don't get a say. I'm like, actually, I do get a say. I could walk off if I wanted. What do you want? What's up? What do you need? So, like, I'm hoping she didn't take it to it. Like, I hope she understood I was joking. I was just actually in the middle of doing something. The little... Oh, you met them? They were so sweet. Last I checked, their TV show didn't come back, so I was a bit sad. Womp womp. Okay, you guys ready for unboxing? It's been a minute since we did an unboxing. I'm trying to remember the last thing we did an unboxing for. I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was the Alan Wake 2 stuff. Well, I built the Lego set, yeah, but we unboxed the Alan Wake 2 collector stuff. That's what it was. I had to like look over. The other thing I'm hoping to do when I redo my desk setup over the weekend is to properly put things on display on the shelf and all of that. And I'm gonna move my bed out of the closet so I have a real closet again. It's gonna be exciting. Chat is not paying for my closet organizer. I am. Chat will be paying for my new desk though, because it's part, I can write it off as a tax write-off. Because it is part of my work environment. Wispy worries me sometimes when it comes to horror. He's worried that I don't have good taste apparently because I don't watch horror. But Coworker knows that. Also, we need a nickname for Coworker because I don't want to say her name on stream. Dox her. We need a nickname for Coworker. Coworker needs a nickname to change your username to. Clean off the desk. Wispy is a closet leppy. Oh no, they know. I want an L desk myself. I'm gonna be making one. I have like a 59-inch IKEA tabletop, and I'm gonna be getting like a 30-inch one, and I'm just like making an L that way. I'm taking the L, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was the Alan Wake stuff was the last one. Oh, I didn't even get to show off the Dune opening because I'm stupid. Oh, boo. I went all that to make sure I set it up and all that, and I'm all over the place, man. Hi, Ian, what's up? Okay, you guys like my mouse. Not so much a gaming mouse. Haha, do it on break. So guys. Oh, okay, turn off. Oh, you can't even really see it. I did 15K steps today. Let's go. You don't know when I set up my desktop plans? Well, how I streamed one way has definitely changed. Because I'm no longer a facecam streamer. A lot of what I once bought for stream, for decorations and stuff in the background doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Before we open the box. So this is the Gamer Subs cup I said I have. That's got the girl with the cat ears on it. But the stars kept washing it wrong, so it's all like deteriorated and stuff on the actual one. So that's why I didn't want to use it today. So instead we got this guy. That's the Crusader Booba guy. Accurate for my chat, honestly. Now there's ice cubes in it because they actually say to have this with ice cubes in it for the best thing. Also think I put, they don't say, they said like a 32-ounce cup, so like whatever. What's on the other hand? Nothing. Should we do a nail stream where I do my nails for chat for fall? Should we do a nail stream at one point? Ooh. Of course, I open it towards me. It's actually a lot. This box is smaller than I thought it was going to be. Ooh. The Deus Volt Shaker, yes. This is a collector's box. I have bigger collector boxes. This is not sponsored, by the way. Bought this with my own money. Not sponsored. Just because I have a partnership creator code with Funcom for Dune Awakening does not mean this is partnered. I'm not making money off of it in terms of, you know, getting sponsored for it. Awaken your taste buds with a new kind of spice. Spice chai latte. Milk tea flavored. The exclusive shaker cup that I will never use because I have too many shaker cups as it is. Ugh chai borf. I actually like spice chai. I found this out. I like spice chai milk tea. I found this out. That's why I'm excited to try it out. Frick, I want tea now. Now, you can buy just the tea on their website. You can buy just the tea on their website. Madrinas, I think is how you say their name. Sorry if anyone's in chat is from Madrinas and I totally butchered the company's name. My bad. So, if you guys want to try just the flavor, it is on there. And it's actually cheaper than Gamer Stuff. It's like $20 a thing. Oh, you guys don't get to see the top of this because this is a code, and this is Wispy's code. Back off, it's mine. But we will show the shaker first. Oh, the sky is clear on it. Ooh. I worked at a smoothie place and they made chai and I despised it. Well, I think it'll probably be different depending on where you go. Theoretically, right? Trust me, it took me forever to find a tea that I actually liked. Because either, I feel like most teas don't have a lot of taste, but I think that's my taste buds. So, I like how the sky is entirely clear on it. That's actually really cool. I dig that. This is gonna go up on the shelf with the Dune cup from the movies. I don't think I'll be drinking out of this one. I'm gonna save it. I have enough anyways. Here's what the inside looks like. The nice sand colored top. Very nice, very nice. Like I said, you guys don't get to see the top of this can because that's my code. The artwork of the sandworm on the top. On Arrakis. Very nice. I do kind of wish the logo for the company was a bit smaller and the game was a bit bigger. But that's just me. As a Dune fan, not just of the game, but of the IP of Dune, you know, okay? So, it has pure cane sugar. It has cane sugar. Okay. Non-fat dry milk, black tea, natural flavor, salt, natural caffeine, and stevia. Contains milk, allergen. 97 milligrams of caffeine a serving. Is that a lot? Is that a lot? Let's see. Pop open the Gamer Subs. Should list on here how much caffeine there is per serving on Gamer Cups. On Gamer Subs. I think it's gonna have less caffeine than Gamer Subs because I think like I think it's like almost 100 per scoop. If I remember right. Don't know. Doesn't say it on the bottle. Direct into my veins. Pure cane sugar. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. Okay. How am I gonna do? Okay, I guess we'll turn it. I'm like trying to figure out a way to keep the code covered. That way I don't get stream sniped on codes or something. Okay, there we go. You guys can't see the top this way. Sorry, I know I'm being like really picky about this, but that people were having issues with it on some certain things going on with other Dune products, so. Okay. Oh, it doesn't have a little lip to pull it up and like, this is huge! I was just realizing I held the Gamer Sups one in my hand. This is a huge ass container. Good lord. Wow, it's so big. I should have put on Dune music for this, I just realized. Whatever, maybe we can edit it in post, who knows. Oh, it's gray. I was hoping it to be like, you know, like a little yellowy or like, you know, a little sand colored. It's just like gray. It's just gray. It smells so good. It smells like a spiced candle. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous, chat. This is dangerous. Whispy might be hosed. Oh my god, this scoop is huge! What the hell? Oh my god! Shit! Oh, this is getting demonetized. Oh my god! Insane. Look at the size of this scoop.
It's even bigger than G Fuel.
I know! Oh my god! For example, guys, I will show you the Gamer Sups one for size, right? Where it says comparison.
It's chai green. What's inside? A spice.
That one's not open. That's not gonna help. Besides, it's silver. You guys want to see Silver Veil?
Yeah.
GG's like a thimble too. Wow! Hey. That will be next. But that one wasn't open, so I couldn't show chat very well. Let's do... You know what? I'll show you guys the flavor I have on stream the most, actually. Okay. So this... Black cherry. Good stuff. Golf Girl. Nickname solved. Let's go. Okay, Golf Girl. I can call you that. So here is the Gamer Sups scoop. For size. Comparison. Okay. Nate's yelling in the background. Look at this. Holy moly. Huge. 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 Are you supposed to seriously put one whole scoop of this thing in here? This seems like so much. Oh my gosh. Size matters. We're about to find out if it does, that's for sure. There's already ice in it. I need here. Eight servings per container. It's 8 servings per container. And the serving size is 1 scoop this big. That's more than 8 servings, by the way. I don't know if I want to do like a whole... I feel like I want to just grab a Gamer Sub size one and go for it. But for the purposes of testing it as we're supposed to, as directed onto the box. I need. Maybe 5 with that size scoop them out, right? They say a whole one, I think, right? What's the inside of their thing say here? To break my model. It says serving size 1 scoop is 4. Here, just read what it says.
This is huge.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. You
180 calories. Holy shit.
It's fatty time, guys. Guys.
Oh, that has caffeine.
Awakening for 25% off.
Just so you know, that's got caffeine.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I'm aware. That's why tonight's gonna be a long stream too, with the DLC being out. Yeah, see?
Trying to find.
Not as long as I had wanted because I have to get up earlier than expected to be able to go to IKEA. So the font color against the background is a bit hard to read. Saying is double checking this out, guys. You're gonna be up all night? You're up all night anyway. I have to cut stream off at normal time, unfortunately, I think, because Papa wants to go up to IKEA for the desk parts, like, super earlier than I thought, so.
Stir tub ingredients well before scooping. Add 1 scoop of milk tea magic to 13 ounces of ice cold water and shake it till you.
How do I know when I've made it?
I don't know. Did your eyes turn blue?
If my eyes don't turn blue, 0 out of 10. God, I'm probably gonna downsize the size of this scoop. I'm not gonna lie. If I take this stuff to work.
Oh wait, they want you to use it with 13 ounces, but the cup they give you is
small.
16 ounces.
Oh God, this seems like so much. Oh my God, guys, like this is like insanely huge compared to what I'm used to with gamer subs. Okay, it's huge. That way you guys don't get my my item code. What's up, AJ? Okay. Ooh, look how brown it is. Good thing I did my workout already. I actually need to go get my protein shake too before we get really into Dune. Okay, is it shaked up enough? Like, how powdery is this? Like, G Fuel is really powdery. That's why. It's so foamy. Maybe I put too much water in it? Guess we're gonna find out. You know, you don't taste a lot of, like, once you shake it up with the scoop, you don't taste a lot of the chai. Oh, there it is. It's in the aftertaste. Okay. Well, I guess one could say, you know, whoa. Wait, wrong. Whoa. Whoa. Val with the resub. Mwah. Thank you very much. Hello, hun. I know it's got milk in it, but I wonder almost if it would taste better in warm milk specifically. Lead us to paradise. Hiya! Oops. I swapped models by accident. My bad. Oh, it didn't work anyways. I unduned myself. I tried to dune it lady so hard that it just unduned myself. About as foamy as a beer. As I don't drink beer, I wouldn't know. When you get it mixed together, you definitely get a lot more of that latte, like, kind of creamy taste with it, and less of the spice in it. But it's not bad. It's just I expected a stronger flavor.
Just dump a bunch of cinnamon.
Right, did you want that?
It wasn't edible.
Oh yeah, good point. We asked to be sent to paradise, and instead of Dune chanting, Wispy does, oh yeah! Huh?
Send her to paradise, and Wispy just starts doing the most things.
That's why, maybe why the serving size is so big? Maybe. You definitely taste the spice after, like, more in the aftertaste, that's for sure. But I did expect a bit more of it. I don't know if I like it with the ice. With the ice in it being that cold in it, though. Don't know. We'll have to do some experimenting with it. Well, it's not bad. I would say the only downside is not having is like you smell the spice more than you taste it. Hi, Epic and friends, welcome in. We just finished unboxing and taste testing the Dune Awakening chai drink with the major. Look how huge this is. Look how huge it is, like for scaling here. This is a G Fuel. I don't think I've actually ever opened. I think this is that one that came with us.
Sure you opened that 'cause I had some.
Oh yeah, okay, so for comparison, here's the scoop for G Fuel.
No, I learned a thing about those.
What?
Let me see.
I wish I had a bit more of the warm chai tasting in it, but to be fair, the water was cold because they said to have it with ice cubes. So, I will have to try it with milk and see how it tastes. It's already supposedly got milk in it, but I do want to test it with milk. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I learned that.
That
Not
makes
sure-
a lot of sense, actually.
I'm not sure why it does it.
Well, because then you would scoop it, and then you would be able to funnel it more into the cup. So, that's
Why
what that-
would you?
I don't know.
Did you hear that they completely did a 2.0 formula? It's supposedly not healthy.
Damn, that took how long for them to do?
G Fuel's been around for like at least 10 years, if not more.
Hope you're doing well, Whisper. Yeah, not too bad. You flip the top one, and on the flip part, and the top acts like an easy pour open. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I learned that recently, like in the last 2 weeks. Of course, I never really have G Fuel.
Yeah, you definitely, if you get this, the spiced part is definitely in the aftertaste. Now, like once, you know, it hangs out in the back of the mouth, which isn't a bad thing. It's just, I thought it would be kind of like throughout the whole thing, but it's not bad. I like it a lot, actually. The more I'm like, you know, tasting it out.
Now they need to do a flavor called worm piss, and it's blue raspberry.
Mmm. Oh, good God. Good God.
What? I'm great for marketing.
Shouldn't it be like blue?
Yeah, that's why it's blue
It's
raspberry.
like, it's called the water of, it's like the water of life idea.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's the official marketing term.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
everyone's gonna call it worm piss.
Hire him, Dune Awakening. He's got ideas. Funcom, hire this guy. He's got ideas. Still love the fact that G-Subs told G Fuel they would buy them in 5 years and turn them into a hentai company. That was utter savageness. The Valhalla Blast that makes you bad. So yeah, again, it's on their website. A canister, because it's not really a can, is like 20 bucks.
I mean, if it's 20 bucks.
It's less expensive than gamer subs, but you also have a bigger bigger tub.
You also get a lot less.
Yeah,
Because this is what, 5 servings it said?
it says that, but I'm pretty sure there's more than
8
5
servings.
Well, you see how much is left in there after me just using the one scoop. I'm sure
Did
there's
you use a full scoop?
just a little shy of a full scoop.
No, I can see that being maybe like 9.
Yeah.
We'll say 10.
And a complete other side of the note. I have this best pumpkin candle for this year. It's gonna be great. It smells nice.
You get on other people.
This isn't a latte. And besides, it's also not lit because it's not fall yet. Okay? I get the smelly candle.
The equinox is on the 22nd.
So it's not fall yet, so we're fine. I have it. It is not lit. See? It is not lit. It has not been opened. It is just sitting here on the desk waiting. I bought it before the season, but it's not being used yet. Okay?
Oh.
So I should have waited until after the equinox to buy it.
Equinox, yeah.
The equinox, you know. I find chai tastes better with warm milk like a latte. That's why I want to try this with milk. That will be the next time I try it. After tonight, it'll be with milk, and I'll see how I feel about it then. Mystics drinks another one. Another Gamer Sub flavor with milk. So one day they'll bring this flavor back for Gamer Subs. AKA, this part's gonna get clipped somehow, and I'm gonna put it on Twitter and ask them to. This was called Strawberries and Cream. This is one of my favorite Gamer Subs flavors, but they for some reason made it limited time, and it hasn't come back yet. And I like so don't want to go through. This one's open. I had an unopened one somewhere. But yeah, I barely drink this because I don't want to go through with it because I can't like replace it. And I never got the banana flavor. Bring the banana flavor. Why does everybody hate banana flavor? Bring back banana flavoring. Damn it.
I think it's a conspiracy.
I think so too.
How the hell do they only sell that flavor over April Fools or whenever it was?
Yeah.
It was sometime around April Fools, and it's the best-selling flavor in Utah. Or was it Wyoming?
Which one?
The banana one.
Really?
Yeah,
It was?
that map
I didn't
that
see
they
it.
put out.
Also, this is the only other banana flavor you can get is their AFK stuff. This stuff works, by the way. You can get the non-melatonin version, which is what I have. This stuff works. It helps you sleep really, really well. But this is the only thing with banana they got on there. What do you mean banana's stinky? Banana's great. I just can't eat real bananas very often because they make my throat scratchy, so that's why I like... But, like, banana milk was, like, my thing as a kid. Do you know how I have to get banana milk now? In small, teeny cartridges off of Amazon. So what I'm saying, gamer subs, bring back the banana and bring back the strawberry cream. If you want to make them seasonal, fine. That's cool. But bring them back. As I furiously point this Silver Veil to make my point. Thanks, Silver Veil, for helping me plug this. It's definitely not okay. I'm mad about this. Banana makes good fruit and sometimes and good smoothies. True. True. Banana smoothies are awesome. The only banana flavored things I like are banana milkshakes. So we don't have those here, Ian, as in the Checkers, but we have a milkshake place down the main street. And, oh man, their banana shakes are made from real bananas. It's yummy. No, it's not hard, but most of them don't do it. Just saying, most of them don't do it. Okay, alright. So, I do recommend, if you guys, especially like gamer subs, and you want a bit something different, because since they don't actually have a flavor like this, I do recommend it. When I try it with milk, I will let you guys know. I'll do a follow-up, let you guys know how I feel about it. Still find melatonin weird. The one time I tried it, I didn't become tired, but I couldn't stay asleep. I have a harder time... So the AFK stuff doesn't make you fall asleep faster. It's supposed to help you sleep deeper, which it definitely does, but I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night when I have it, so I don't know what's up with that. A skill issue. Probably is what it is, right? Just a straight up skill issue on Wispy's part. Saying tapped into Mama Star's sleeping patterns in terms of like how he sleeps. Wispy did not. Wispy specced fully into the Papa side of the family tree on that one, apparently. Alright, good unboxing, guys. We don't get to do a lot of... Have a good night, Epic. Thank you for raiding in. We don't get to do a lot of unboxings. No. That was it. No, that was it. That was it. Oh, yeah. I already unboxed that one, and then, I mean, I haven't taken Mawin out of the box yet, but... I worry that if I'm gonna sleep paralysis attack, I'm gonna be trapped in that weird half sleep. So, the only time I have sleep paralysis is if I'm waking up from a really bad nightmare. Alright, guys. Wait, how much? Oh my god. I had caffeine and I'm yawning. No! It's a bad sign.
It takes time.
Oh, it's still not done updating. It paused updating for some dumb reason, so we can yap a bit more while it updates. For those who have played the update, what do you guys think? I was hoping that the numbers would be a bit higher on Steam. I'm not gonna lie, for it going live, for the patch day, for the drop of the DLC, but not really, unfortunately. So, after a single sleep cycle, which is an hour and a half to 2 hours, I woke up. Ugh. And I couldn't, like, I catnap for like 1 to 2 hours, but that's not like my sleep cycle. My sleep cycle is more like 4 hours, I think.
No, a sleep cycle. I don't remember.
You guys still have sleep paralysis demons? I deal with mine. Bro had no idea what hit him once I learned lucid dreaming. That's funny. That's funny. Have a good night, golf girl. Bed well. I'll see you guys later. Again, guys, if you could, if you're over on YouTube, please give it a like. Give it a thumbs up, a like. Leave a subscription, a follow, whatever they want to call it over there. Again, also, guys, the memberships are open up on YouTube now. Finally got that all sorted away. So, if you guys would like to support the channel a little bit extra, you're more than welcome to. There's different tiers. Absolutely not needed. But it is just there for you guys to help support if you want. There you go. YouTube link.
Big brain. When you realize it's a dream, and you start a lucid dream, do whatever the hell you want,
Yeah.
go to sleep.
Just go back to sleep.
That's when you get Inception.
Boom. My sleep paralysis demons got tired of me trying to edit the story to be more spooky. Apparently, I don't pay them enough for overtime. Speaking of boom, Kelly and I watched Amazing Spider-Man 2 over the weekend. Kelly hadn't seen it before. I forgot how awesome the soundtrack was with Hans Zimmer and how he incorporated Electro's theme in it. I was like, man, such a good movie. I do wish there was like some tweaks to it though, where like not everything with Harry and Gwen like all happened in the movie if it like got extended to another movie. But they canceled the series anyways so they could join the MCU. And Andrew Garfield got cucked out of another movie anyways, until he shows up as a cameo in the other Spider-Man movie. Auntie wants to know, saying if you saw his 10-foot Mickey.
I did not. I was in the shower. I'll go get my phone.
Alright, well, I'll check this out too while this update is downloading. I had it set, like, it said downloading. I don't know what it paused. Oh my god, no, the yawning. No. Oh dang, a Rouge. A Rouge and an Emma. Let's go. So they've been added into the regular pool now. I have to edit my wish list.
Oh,
that is a good pull, brother. Congratulations. That's some good shit. Do they have a gamer subs that's just blue raspberry?
They did. I'd have to double check if it's still available.
Wasn't it a blue raz or something like that?
Yeah, but I think they renamed it.
Okay.
Oh, hold up.
Last we saw, yes. While we're waiting for the download here, we can do some browsing. Some browsing on the gamer subs. One day I will have a code with them, and all my promotion of this company will pay off, right? Classic. Classic. No, it won't. It won't, Wispy. It won't. Oh. That's right, I turned off the webcam. So, there you go, guys. Nice view of the Gamer Subs website there. Good job, Wispy. Classic, never change, never change, never change. There we go. Whoa! Oh my god, look, booba everywhere. Of course there's booba everywhere. It deals with VTubers. So, we want to go to energy, and or caffeine-free would work. Yes, there's one called Doggy Style. Oh, they finally sold out of the Jujutsu Kaisen flavor, eh? There we go, blue, here we are. So for 100 servings, $40. It takes you a little bit to get through a can, though. It does. But given it's one of their OG flavors, it'll probably be back in stock. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's been out of stock. What?
Go back to it. Look on the sold out. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's something else. I know they sell.
Oh, that's right. They do stuff on Amazon now. Totally forgot about that. I actually legitimately totally forgot about that.
they got good on there now? Shit. Oh wow, they have a lot. When I first checked, they only had like 3 flavors on there.
Oh, they censored Lily's art for the website. That's funny!
But not up here.
Got him. So, okay.
Yeah, no, it's not there. They may have discontinued it.
We can do a quick Google search. It's done along with peach tea and strawberry. Watermelon ice has been confirmed once. As a replacement for blue, titty milk, or chug juice are your best bets.
Chug juice isn't really blue raspberry though. It's way too sweet.
If it's discontinued, they need to not show it as sold out, and they need to like take it off the website, honestly, because that kind of gives the wrong implication.
Yeah. And they renamed Diddy Milk to Schlatt Milk.
I feel though they're getting rid of so many of like their non-content creator flavors, man.
Yeah.
So it's a bit sad. I'm well over 400 cubes. Nice. I have like over 200.
Is maintenance tonight or... Oh wait, no, it's Tuesday.
It should be tomorrow night.
Should.
Everybody say hi to Paul. Hi, his name's Paul. Everybody say hi to Paul. Hi, Paul. Vibe. Over. Okay, so the idea tonight is I want to find the quest for the new DLC, and that's what we're gonna do. Depending on how long that takes, we may do chapter 2 stuff in terms of story. I definitely want to check out the recustomization. I'm assuming the Dune Man stuff is blocked behind the new quest line. That would make sense. Yeah. Paul killed the vibes. Sounds about right. He's gonna dream of it. Done some of it's kind of neat. I'm still really cooking over the whole, where chapter 1 ended off on. I'm still cooking about that. There's some good stuff. Like as a Dune lore nerd, it's some good stuff. It's definitely, I will say, I don't think they explain things very well. If you're not like super into Dune, they kind of like give you the basics of it, but like they don't go like into a more detailed explanation. So maybe they'll do that in chapter 2. I know there's people here who haven't finished it, so I'm being vague as fuck, but concern. If you know Dune Messiah, none of this will be surprising whatsoever. You'll be like, oh yeah, they're building this shit up for movie hype, and that's totally fine, by the way. I'm not knocking it.
What do you mean?
Tyrant?
Concern.
The Tyrant Worm? They name dropped the Tyrant Worm in a quest, and I like totally had a freak out on stream. I was like, wait! Because technically, Later the Second does sort of like co-opt that and says, that's me. Oh, so, you know.
Oh, I thought that was him.
So, he ends up with a nickname. I forget what nickname they give him, but, that nickname in Fremen was basically applied to, the Tyrant of the Desert, which was like the bad sandworm, basically, if you will. And, after, like, they started calling him that, the connotation of that changed, as I recall, by, like, Chapter House, which is, like... So, Chapter House is, like, 1.5 thousand years after God Emperor of Dune, which is, like... Wait, no, I think God Emperor of Dune is, like, 1.5 thousand years after Children of Dune.
I dream of...
And then, like, Chapter House Dune is, like, takes place, like, really far after that, so...
myriad of paths.
But basically what I'm saying, get used to 1,000-year jumps in Dune, it's normal.
Rise from the ashes left in the wake of the great revolt.
How'd you lose your ornithopter? Go find it.
Make a machine in the likeness of the human mind.
The worm said you can't park there, I guess.
With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats,
Violators
Suk
of
Doctors,
the-
Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit sisterhood.
Oh yeah, and I want the Bene Gesserit armor, but I have to finish the Bene Gesserit questline, so maybe we'll do that tonight too. Actually, it's a good class to have, because a lot of like your passive regen, health regen, and resistance buff comes from the Bene Gesserits.
Gross.
It makes sense though, lore-wise,
Gross.
because look, you can say gross all you want, but that is still the way it is.
Gross.
I lost mine during the stupid event. Okay, I actually didn't get to do anything in the event. I had so much else going on, IRL and stream, so I unfortunately didn't get to touch the Chome event. Hopefully they rerun the stuff later. I don't know. I didn't even see if any of the Chome skins were something I wanted, honestly, so. Game stopped responding and it landed in the middle of quicksand. Ouch.
Mayday! Mayday! This is the Guild Harvester Mithra! Crew tag 8242. Our carry-on is taking heavy fire. There's black smoke, and they're not responding to comms. Carry-on hit! Connector cable snapping! We're going down!
So I'm guessing that's the Lost Harvest. Does it just start you off as soon as you boot in? I mean, that's kind of nice, actually.
Oh, you can, like,
Yeah, it is. Nice. You have a map ping now? Wait, they ping maps now? I'm not seeing it. Just saved it barely? Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, let me turn the music back on, because I think we had turned it off last stream. No, we turned master volume, music in game. Yeah, okay. Okay. Bright green circle? I totally missed the bright green circle. Oh, this! Oh! 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 Alright, well, they'll have to hang on for a sec. Your girl needs to go see how her stuff in Arrakeen's going. Did we pay taxes this week? Do we have to go pay the taxes this week? Also, don't remember where I put my ornithopter. Oh, it's right there. Why is it looking weird? Why is it sticking with its wings out? Oh, we can name the thropter. For now, we'll say Wispy Scout. Confirm. For now. Oh, God. It's different. Actually, I struggled actually quite a lot, Kelly. What got me decent is getting a sniper rifle, because I'm just more comfy with sniper rifles. But you get me in like melee combat and then it suddenly tanks. Like my ability to play the game just tanks to the ground. It just I should make poison mist and I guess give a sword a shot, but I like using my dagger. That's the problem. I like the dagger. Hey Marquis, what's up, brother? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I gotta see if my shit sold in Arrakeen first, okay? Is establishing its dominance over the assault doctors like a chihuahua knowing it's a Rottweiler. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There was definitely times on Friday night when we swapped to Doom that having tea and mystics there helped a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Because I need to desperately progress through my quests, through my skill trees on my stuff. So that's another thing I want to do tonight, if we got the time. Going from point A to point B would be hard, but I keep looking at it, going at what I do and going, nah. Like, not in terms of, like, you don't want to try and take the vehicle out to get there because you don't want to destroy it, or you think it's too far of a distance and it would take too long, or... Need to check the DD loot rotation. Still don't know a lot about Dune, but I've enjoyed some of the parts I've seen. Feel free to shoot me questions, Marquis. You got lore questions, I can answer, like, probably 8 out of 10 out of them. When you get further into Dune, like, anything past God Emperor Dune in the original novels, I'm kind of murky on a lot of that. And there's a lot of the prequel books I don't even really consider things. I kind of don't even really consider the books that his son wrote past Chapter House as canon because it gets so freaking stupid. So, you know, that's a me, though. That's a personal wispy take, though. I don't want to wreck the vehicle and it looks like a long distance. Halfway there and I'm out of water. Having the still suits, like the higher level still suits, definitely helps a lot with the water. You'll definitely want a leadergen, though. That way you can just, you know, hit the water button. But you're also still kind of like in the beginning tiers of the game. So a lot of that is definitely harder by design. Because it's that whole building up the survival. Well, that's the first time I've run past someone in Arrakeen that wasn't my guild. Holy moly. That's possible still? Damn. Wow, this place is alive. I'm shocked. Hey, someone bought that. A yippee. Expired. We will relist. I don't know what shit's going for. Although, if it doesn't sell out, another thing I watched on a video was as if you repair it and then sell it to an NPC, you can make a good amount of money that way. So I can just also do that, though. Like, that's not a problem. So... Oh! People are already selling the class gear. The planetologist. Ooh. Very nice. I'm not gonna buy it, though. Because I'm gonna save my money for a build set. I have my priorities, and they are called fancy clothing. Fancy clothing is my my priorities. Where's the damn sound in this game? Hello? I may need to turn the audio up. Master volume of 90. Turn down the sound effects just a bit more. Turn the music up more because Wispy likes her ambiance. Okay, there we go. Much better. I get halfway there and I'm out of water. Shooketh even. I will admit though, part of wrecking the vehicle or the vehicle degrading over time is part of the game though. Like I need to put new wings and new components into my ornithopter because they're
Again. What now?
My god, he was so loud. You again? What now? I don't know. You got a funny ass helmet thing on your head. I'm here to pay my damn taxes. Because you suck. I don't know what the... I'm just gonna pay all these guys. Except Mentore, I love you, but you can pay your taxes. If you need me to pay your taxes, let me know and I'll go back and pay them. It takes it out of the bank, though. I thought it would take it out of your inventory, but I took it out of my bank money. So, where's my money? Oh, I see. They take it out of what's in your inventory, then the bank. Stupid Padash Emperor. He's so stinky. Padash Emperor the 4th. Shaddam the 4th. What a stinker. Well, look at this dude's hat. Sir, you got a funny hat. Oh, yeah. Alright. Also, we need to find the other thing if it's here. Excuse me. Pardon me. Beep, beep. Okay. Alright. Everybody get ready to cheer. Everybody cheer, okay? Come pat the donkey. Good donkey. Good boy. Pat the donkey. Give a good pat. He done hard. Oh, look, his tail wags. That's cute. Here we go. Good boy. Good boy. Okay. All right. All right. Ah, thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Pat the wispy. Instead of petting a donkey, though, I would have liked to have been able to put plants in my building. I'm just saying. I want this clipped. I want this clipped and put on the internet for the devs to see. Give me plants in my base, but in order to have the plants in the base, it has to use the water supply that you've got in the base to make it 100% lore accurate. Do it. I don't care who whines. If you're going to have plants in your base, they need to take the water that's out of it. And that's that. I want this, and that's all. Thank you. Good talk, Wispy. Who cares? Why don't walk right past me? I didn't see you, Batman. The whole point is you don't see Batman. Maybe you're just doing your job too damn well. I'm just saying. You butthead. I'd laugh if they had the pointy hats that the Spacing Guild had. Oh, you mean you mean the ones from the mini series? Oh, okay. Okay, all right, chat. For those who don't know, for the non-knowers in chat, give me 1 second, okay? Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. So the Spacing Guild are the ones who actually ferry people across the known universe. You get from planet to planet because of the Spacing Guild, right? They're not really so much in the new movies now, but supposedly they're going to be make a bigger deal of it in Messiah, right? You see, if you've seen the first Dune movie, you saw these bunch of yahoos with these weird helmets with the white robes. That was the Spacing Guild. In the miniseries, they looked like this. They looked like this with the pointy hats. In the 80s movie, they were the ones with the body bags that I'm covering. Hold on. Body bags. Okay, so that's who we're talking about. That's who we're talking about. So now everybody knows who we're talking about. Okay, we're moving on. Lore has been told. Show me the way. I want wandering pions. What? The miniseries, yep. I need to finish showing you the miniseries, Kelly. I've shown Kelly, like, I think maybe the first episode of both it and Children of Dune, but I, like, haven't shown her, like, the entire miniseries of either one. Because I got, like, finger pokes together, like, I'm gonna go sit in my Dune corner, and because now I'm embarrassed, and, like, I'm being a big nerd, and, like, no one cares with me. I'm just gonna go to my corner and nerd. It's okay. Watering peons? Oh, you mean like how the peeps that are like watering the palm trees in the movie? More Dune! Brew Mad Slam. Oh, now we're into Marvel again. But now, here we are, right? Okay, I think I may need a fuel up. Hold on. Alright, no, we're all full. Okay, we're good. I'm so glad we can name shit now. We can go through and properly name everything in the guild base. Oh my god, it's gonna be great. And randomly wanted to watch Dune Part 1 and 2 again. I was debating on doing a movie week this week, but I think I'll do it next week. Where we do Part 1. That way people who don't know the Dune can come in and see at least Part 1. And if they're interested enough, we'll do like 2 movie nights next month. We'll do Part 2 and then we'll do like a spooky movie. And if people really want to get into Dune, then we'll watch the mini-series. Yeah, we do community movie nights. The last series we did was John Wick. We watched all 4 John Wick movies. Not all at once. We did it over the span of like 4 months because we do it once a month. But then summer and like subathon and then my vacation happened. So that's why we didn't do any last week. The spice must flow or else you'll spend the rest of your life in the pain amplifier. That's not why they use the pain amplifier. If you mean the box, that's not why they use the box. Miniseries and Dune Prophecy. Dune Prophecy was so much better than I thought it was going to be. I still do wish it was paced out a little better in terms of how and when they gave some information. But, like, I'm very curious to see where it's going to keep going. Especially being the big lore nerd it's like, ooh, okay, all right, where are they gonna go with this? Ooh, okay. Another poison mist for the auction house. Another poison mist for the auction house. Oh yeah, did anybody ping Perty and let him know that we, like, filled up his base with power? Does he need more power in his base? I need more power. Alright. The storm is approaching in the background. Does that mean the worms are... Ooh, is that what I think it is? We're going on a detour real quick. Is that what I think that is? Let's find out. That was what the Spacing Guild guy says to the Emperor in the 80s movie. He says the spice must flow, yeah. Oh, he says it in the pain amplifier? I'm not gonna lie, I've only seen the 80s movie twice, because the ending really grates me. The ending really irritates Wispy as a lore nerd. It's not bad, like, they did absolutely the best they could in trying to condense the entire story of the first book in 90 minutes. Like, they did their best, but it's... The mini-series in terms of, like, adapting the book, and if you want the story of the book, is the best version. But if the spectacle and the effects matter the most to you, the new movies are going to be better. But the new movies leave a lot out of the first book, and stuff that will be interesting that they've left out because it sets up the next book. And they changed the ending slightly. So... that's the thing I'm most curious about, to see how they're gonna... I don't want to say rectify, because that's, like, kind of gives the wrong connotation than what I'm going for. But it's like, this causes a problem. How are they gonna fix the problem? And then for the narrative, right? And it make sense in how they've set up the movies, as opposed to being a, oh yeah, so that happened off screen and we're done. Like, I wouldn't want them to do that, because then I feel that cheapens the experience to the people who only know the movies. So, you know. What do you mean? That's just so he can do now. I mean, like, minus that, like, I highly recommend the new movies. Like, I would say the new movies are a great, like, stepping stone into Dune, and if you're more curious about it, then watch the miniseries and or read the book. It is what I thought it was. Now we get to play Worms. We get to play tag tonight. Eventually we'll get to doing the story, but now we're playing tag. Yeah. Alright, Mystics, you want to come help me play tag with the worm? I don't have soft steppies. I do this the hard way. Damn, he's touchy about this, isn't he? We may not get this blow, brother. Damn. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the point to where to farm the steppies, to have steppies. Okay, he fucked off over there. We might be okay for a little bit. Maybe. We'll see. Oh. Dude, this worm is so freaking aggro. He's so mad. He's big mad, man. They're just in Haga testing stations? Okay, I thought they were the deep desert ones. I've never had them drop. Is this 2 worms? And that's why it's like this? No. Oh. That's dickish. It's a spice blow right on top of drum sand. Oh, that's why they're so pissy. Oh, I see. Oh. I was like, damn, I mean, I'm used to playing tag with the worm for this, but not to this extent. Holy cow. Okay. That explains it. I'll keep an eye out for the Discord announcements for it. These are going to be the new movies, yeah. And then if chat wants to go further, we'll test out the other versions of Dune. I'll put it on my schedule, so you'll want to keep an eye out for when it's on the schedule. Because that's how I'll do it. And then there will be a Discord event that you guys can join. Whoop. Maybe I'll over on this side. Do it from this side. So we can like land right on the pockets and pick up the pockets. Go, I'm tormenting it? Oh, okay. Did you bring a thumper? Was somebody actually smart and bring a thopter? I never bring a thumper. I never bring thumpers because I'm stupid and don't make them. Oh, fuck. Whoa! Okay. I think that's good enough. I think that's enough. It's not a ton of spice per se, but I think we got a lot. Put this in the thopter. What a touchy worm. The worm aggro reduction of the lowest MK version. I guess there's a special one that's in the deep that you guys can farm, that we can farm in the deep desert, that has like the best of it. This worm is gonna get so mad. This worm is gonna be sick of everybody's shit. Oh, I see him. He did a little bit of a peekers. A teeny peeker. What the fuck was that? Another one? Damn. Okay. Man, I don't think I've ever seen 2 spice blows like near each other in Haga before. That's crazy. And it's on drum sand too. Never mind. It's officially a pain in the ass. Oh, well, it's actually right on the edge of drum sand, I think, technically. Right next to flower sand. Well, then. This spice must blow. That's dramatic sandstorm music. Don't tell me I have to worry about the rod, too. Damn. Crazy. Is it gonna hit this sector? Maybe? Hello, random person's base who's right here. I'm borrowing you real quick. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm just gonna park myself right in here. I guess I'm not, because the game wouldn't let me do it. Oh, now we're unsheltered. Oh, no! Nailed it. Aw, Danny, thank you for the gift sub. Mwah! Thank you, thank you. To raising, thank you. Okay, we're good. See, spice harvesting is intense even in Haga. This shit's intense, man. I'm over here like... Whoa! If you guys are enjoying the stream over on YouTube, please give it a like, a big thumbs up. Feel free to leave a comment in chat and subscribe as well if you're new. Big Dune fan. Trying to play tag with the worm. Very exciting gameplay. Riveting. Thank you for the hydrate. god, Mystic's brought a friend! Oh shit! Mystic's brought a friend. That was scary. Whoa! Ooh-wee, brother! We will watch for worm sign. Okay, we're good. Damn, this has been a good night. 2 spice blows, let's go. And Haga of all places? The silly boys aren't happy. They're really not. No, they big Angie. Awesome. So we are going to stop by... We're actually near the base that's here. I need to go make a new... I need to go make some fuel. So once we land, I'm gonna go use the little Leppy's room. We'll make fuel and then we'll head over to the DLC. We don't understand. Spice happens? That's immediately the most important thing now. I don't think I've ever seen 2 spice blows next to each other like that. Literally shaving and have the huge... Have the physical huge RO freeze when I heard the worm. It's like a... Oh! Your butt just starts clenching. Becomes big scary hours. I just hear saying down the hall, go fuck off, game. Oh man, I'm so excited to have this Dune man set, man. Ooh. I love the Atreides set, don't get me wrong. But I'm ready, I want to try building with different ones. Perfect. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go use a little Leppy's room. Oopsies, I forgot my factor box came out this week. I thought it was next week. Uh-oh, it's before payday. That part sucks. I gotta get these better timed after my payday's done. And now their website's having a bit of a tism. Also, guys, don't forget, I have the new Nikkei VOD is up. You guys will want to check that out on Discord. Sorry, I took the BRB off stuff. Sorry, my bad. There we go. No Gamba for the whiskey. The next $60 skin I'm probably gonna buy is on anniversary anyway, so we're good. Hi, Red. Okay. So, I just took a bit of the Dune tea. After having let it sit for a bit, ice cubes melted, the foam has lessened. You taste a lot more of the spice now. And so, my recommendation, if you guys get it, is let it sit a bit after you shake it. And then you will definitely test it. Test it, taste it. Okay, I should probably repair the... Okay, guys. Whisper has another question for y'all. So, we're gonna do some editing on... the bases here. Kind of now that we have the big base. We're gonna downsize this one a bit, and then I gotta make a pink crystal base. So the question I have for chat is, do you guys want to see building a new base first, or do you guys want to see us downsize this one? I'm Orny. I'm glad someone said that you wouldn't be able to see the like when you hovered over things, you weren't able to see the title. So I guess they fixed that from public testing. I guess the better question is does chat even want to watch me build? I guess. Like, I mean, I think they're pretty nice vibe streams, because then you guys just get to sit back and, you know, watch me build and we can yap about whatever. Hi, Viper! What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Where'd my fucking repair shit go? You have to be a co-owner? A co-owner? That's silly. Okay. It didn't even save the name of my scout, Orny. Boo. There we go. Okay, what about now? Now it should have it saved, hopefully. Alright, guys, so tonight's actually been pretty good. We got spice unexpectedly. Got the taxes paid expectedly. Once we give a bit of a TLC to the Thopter here, we will be going on to the main story. I'm gonna need to put new wings and new components in this sucker tonight. I think Mystic's already got the wings together. I just haven't had the time to get into the game and put them on yet. Mystic says chat looks really cute tonight. I hear Sane cackling down the hall. He must be playing Helldivers. Okay, must be good. Oh yeah, I randomly picked up iodine pills in that, that mission, that's right. Alright. When I make my big fat assault thropter that can carry many people, I'm going to name it Paul's Dream. Paul's Go Away. Paul's Ride. Paul's Kitty Ride. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It'll be something like that. So guys, how was y'all's weekend? What were you guys up to? M0RN, thank you for your follow over on Twitch. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing, man? Also, I have other VODs for Dune over on the YouTube. Please go check it out. If you guys could also give a follow to the Twitter and the Instagram. Call it Carry Paul. Carry all Paul. Carry on Paul. It's like carry on. No way. Ain't no. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, ain't no way these spice fields are still there, brother. Ain't no way. Paul's Dragon Chunk. Wow. So guys, remember there is a free weekend for Dune. So if you guys have been kind of wanting to try the game, but you're not entirely sure you'd like the vibes, there's a free weekend from the 11th through the 15th. You guys will be able to join the server we are on. I will need to ask them though, some other questions regarding it, so I don't want to announce things just yet. But if you guys want to give it a shot this weekend and come and play with us, or any people in the guild, and want to give the game a test out for yourselves, ayo, free weekend. There's other stuff there, but I don't think I can say it just yet because it hasn't been officially announced. Oopsies. I do have codes for the mural piece. Do we want to do giveaways tonight or on Friday? It could be funner to do it on Friday. Might do it on Friday. No, they announced that the free trial, this free trial, will be on all the live servers. There's not going to be separate trial servers. Textures loading in. Lord, you land and the worm's like... Like, damn, I just got here. Do you mind? Chill out, buddy. Oh, that sucks. Hey, yo, you friendly? You guys gonna kill us? No? Okay, good. Oh my god, it's T!
Who goes there? Let me get a good look at you.
Huh, can you not see?
My glasses got smashed in the crash, but I see well enough to put a hole in your center of mass.
Damn!
Don't test me, stranger. It hasn't been a good day.
Looks like you could use some help.
We need you out there, stranger.
What's going on over here?
That's the 10 million Solari question, stranger. Our mission tasking says we're supposed to be in the minor erg, but the rocks are all wrong.
It's a numeral. 1 second. Hold on. I'm chewing. Gonna see if I can find a really quick picture of it. Hold on. Oh, they don't have it quick there. Give me 1 sec. There you go. It's gonna be this one here. This one. So, yes, the picture's for when it was the last free weekend, but I have codes for this that I can give away if you guys want. It's gorgeous in-game. I'll have it up in the main guild base. Like the end-game one. It's so pretty. So, you guys will get it for just playing the game over the weekend. But if you guys want codes ahead of schedule, I got you. We can do the giveaway for him. We can do the giveaway. This is Haga Basin South, as opposed to Haga Basin North.
The Haga Basin? Baron's balls, that's way off course. What the hell was Malik thinking?
Who's Malik?
Captain Malik, the top man on our carry-all crew.
Okay.
There's no way we could be this far off course without his knowledge.
Okay.
Malik, what were you playing at?
Tell me about yourself.
Not
Other
much
than the
to
fact you're
tell.
blind.
I'm a rig chief like my father before me and his before him.
Mm-hmm.
My family served the Miners Guild for nearly 5 centuries.
Oh, damn. Somebody's been busy. For centuries, eh? That's a long time, buddy. What does a rig chief do?
I oversee all melange operations on the Sand and in the Harvester. It's my job to ensure the spice flows unimpeded from extraction to processing.
Why can't you see?
I haven't been able to see well since I was knee-high to a tad, Skipper. Normally I use corrective lenses, but they were shattered in the crash.
Tough luck, buddy. Rip bozo.
If Dune men didn't have tough luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all. Still, there's a job to be done.
He's not wrong. What you need, brother?
Over half my crew is dead or missing, and I can't see a damn thing.
Fair.
But I suspect those who have survived have already been found. The rest is sadly a recovery effort.
How can I help?
I've already logged all the fallen Dune men in close proximity to the crash site, but I'm told that a local criminal element has abducted the rest. It's strange to say it, but confirmation of a loved one's demise is somehow less hard to bear than not knowing what became of them at all. Every member of the Spice Miners Guild has an identification tag. I need you to hit the enemy camps and recover any guild tags you may find.
Got you, buddy. I'm on
I'll
it.
give you their last known locations before their signal stopped. Good hunting.
Damn, you know everybody's desensitized in the Dune universe when they're just like, yeah, shit sucks. It's Mentore!
Not another step, stranger. I've got 2 armsmen covering you from the rocks. Identify yourself.
What's going on?
I'm the one asking the question, stranger. Who the hell are you?
I heard your distress call and came to help.
You do look like you can handle yourself, stranger. Very well. The crew of the Mithra thanks you for your assistance.
What's happening?
We got shot down is what's happened. And now we're surrounded by Badlands scum. One scouting report says it's slavers, and the next says Kirab. Honestly, I don't care which it is. Their lives were forfeit as soon as they took a shot at a warranted guild extractor.
A guild extractor. Okay, what can I do to help?
Our comms unit took a stray bullet. My priority is to get it back online. Why don't you find our rig chief Hansel? He'll have something for you.
All right, tell me about him.
Well, a harvester crew is divided into 3 complements: carriers, drivers, and spice crew. Carriers fly us where we need to go and provide air support when we get there. Once the harvester is on the sand, the drivers drive it, and the spice crew works the extraction. Chief Hanso is the big dog on the spice crew.
The big dog, the big bow bow.
All you need to know is I'm the sole surviving officer of Harvester 8242. My sworn duty is to ensure anyone left in my crew gets home in one piece. If you want to know anything more than that, you'll have to wait until after. You can find me at the Seleucid Bull. The first round's on me.
Okay then. Is your comms unit back online?
No. It's one of those new CHOAM models with the Amaranthian diodes. Farther range than any other portable, but don't drop it or jostle it vigorously. Shooting it is also not recommended, as it turns out.
As it turns out, don't shoot it. Hi, Orcus, how you doing?
Get us back on the air. If the guild has an inbound recovery crew, they'll need a clear tactical picture to avoid suffering the same fate as the Mithra.
How can we do that if your comm unit is shot?
I think I can assemble a shortwave transmitter using a dead comms box and a few special parts from the Mithra's stores. If you can find them.
Where should I look first?
That's the problem. The Mithra came down hard. Parts scattered across the sector. Now we're getting reports of Kirab bands creeping around the perimeter.
Oh.
Our scouts have seen them out there stripping the wreckage. But we aren't Sardaukar. If the Kirab have our parts, we can't just take them back.
I can. What parts?
Thank the Emperor for your coming, stranger.
Ew, thanking the Emperor,
I need a blue
gross.
lattice Skynet crystal, a Torsen sound shifter, and a twin polarity microfram. My scouts report that the Kirab have made camps in the surrounding rocks. Seek and destroy, stranger.
I'm on it.
Good luck. Here is a list of what I need.
Thank you. I like how there's more than just one quest to this. I thought there was just gonna be one big long quest, but there's quite a few of it to it. That's nice. Don't touch the radio. The radio is very sensitive.
Look, you startled me, stranger. Guess I was lost in thought. Or some kind of delayed onset head trauma.
Dude over here looks...
both things could be true.
This guy looks like he's on his way to be Gurney Halleck. Who are you?
I'm Nasher Hicks, quartermaster of the Mithra. Whatever's left of it, anyway. You can call me Hicks.
Looks like you could use some help, Hicks.
Did the guild send you?
No, I heard the distress call.
Well, this goes against all known protocols, but... protocols be damned. There are lives on the line.
Any idea who shot you down?
No clue. Danvers, our umbilical specialist, said we were taking fire from below. But the rig crew is totally blind during transpo. An Intrepid-class harvester has 7 interior decks, none of them with viewports. But they must have took out the carryall, because we dropped from the sky like our chute was cut. I was on the head when we hit. The bulkhead torqued, and the door wouldn't open.
Oh.
Had to cut my way out of the shitter in total darkness.
Did anyone see who was shooting at you? Hi,
Talk to
49ers.
Lieutenant Drang. She's the only one on the bridge deck to survive. If anyone knows more, it's her.
What we doing here?
Our medic is dead. I've been doing what I can for the wounded, which isn't much. The lucky ones got out with some broken bones or fuel burns. The unlucky ones got caught when the coolant flow ruptured.
Ooh.
Flash froze the poor bastards where they stood.
At least it was
Till we
quick, I
hit the
guess.
surface, that
Damn.
is. Then, the sudden and massive transfer of kinetic downforce caused their bodies to explode into 1 billion frozen meat particles. You ever see red snow? It's a horror you won't soon forget.
Tell me about yourself.
That's a tale of tragedy and woe. My family's been miners' guild since the late 9000s. Supply management on mother's side, rig technical on father's.
Are they still with the guild?
Sadly, no. They're with the Almighty now, stranger. We lost all but my brother and 2 cousins when the damn Harkonnens destroyed the Windsack Depot.
So it's just you, your brother, and 2 cousins?
It was for a few good years, but they all died when Carthag was obliterated. Now it's just me.
Sorry, bro, that shit sucks.
Yeah, but everyone in the guild lost kin at Windsack and Carthag. We're bound together by our pain. In the end, all we could do was become each other's family. I suspect it's the same for every rig. The crew of the Mithra looks out for its own.
Anything I can do to help?
I'll tell you what, stranger, we need all the help we can get. We're dying out here. The whole medbay side of the Harvester sheared off. We need to stabilize as many wounded as possible, but we've already burned through the little first aid we scavenged. If you could scrounge up something, that would be a good start.
Yo, I'm on it.
Thanks, stranger. We're dying out here.
Literally. I feel like there's been some nice little UI animation changes too. It just feels a little different. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at stuff. Okay. Alright, Mystics is back. Okay. So let's see here. So contracts. Arrakeen, Helios Gate, Anvil. It should be under here, right? Oh, here we go. I do wish you could track more than one at a time, though. That would be nice. Hi, Fun. How you doing? What ads for Taco Bell? Oh, wow, another player. Holy cow, it's so rare to see, like, other players out here, man. We may have to wait for it to respawn. Oh, sorry, sir. Pardon me. Ah, here it is. Over here, Mystics. Unless, like, it, spawns on different ones, maybe. That's possible. Oh, batteries. Perfect. Well, damn. This is Battery Haven out over here. Look at all this. It's really hard not to get ramen or something. I know, like, man. Like, I just want to pop open and eat some ramen and stuff, but I'm trying so hard to lose weight. I'm trying so hard to lose weight. Down 156.
We're dropping like flies out here. How are...
Oh, it needs 10.
Oh, finally, some good news. I've got... You kidding me? This isn't what we talked...
Hello, Nate.
The sleeper awakening.
Oh, big purrs even. Hi, Nate. I did get a good find on a scale, but it doesn't need batteries. It responds to movement. Interesting. Okay.
Reveal yourself.
Oh, I'm still full up on blood. I keep forgetting I gotta take that out. Bro's also got, like, Jack on him, man. I'm technically not supposed to eat anything more. It's past 10. Womp womp. There's just one here beside me. I don't even know where he is. As this thopter's just elevating in the air off the ground. Trying to find the dog tags. I have read the books, yes. I've read several of the books. Do you have any questions on them? Ooh, flower sand. That's a nice find. Yoink. Oh, except now I'm fat. That's less of a good find. Hold on. I gotta park my thopter somewhere. Hold on. I'm still looking for that tag, man. Hello! I'm now up here. And Chari, thank you for your follow. Charsmo, I think is how you would say it, right? Oh, is it stinky in here? Oh, it's stinky. Nope, get down. Okay, well, I have the green ID band. Where does the green go? Okay, that's the way we entered. Okay. Oh, yikes. This is big stinky in here. I just started Messiah? Nice. What are you thinking about it so far? Messiah is like a hell of a read your first time through it. And I'm so, like, I'm so stoked for people who have never read the book to see the new movie when it comes out. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I'm not sure I was supposed to come in here yet. Did someone say stinky? Yeah. I hate compasses, man. I'd so much rather just like the fuck with the minimap.
Shields on. Shields up. Found him.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do this, eh? Okay. Hey, you. Come here.
Target found.
Oh, clever. Clever, are we? Yeah, well, take that. There we go. Gosh. That, like, took way too long to find because I'm dumb. Because Wispy's a bit dumb. Wispy really reflected she don't need no shield. Not for these level guys. If we go back up to, like, you know... Oh, speaking of shit, Landsrad reset, yeah? Okay, let's see. Regis Vulcan, Or... Okay. Interesting. Anyways.
I see someone.
Oh, it's okay. I gotta just make a couple more bandages. We good. We good. Shearwater, what's up, hun? How you doing? Damn it. Not at you, hun. Not, sorry. I interrupted my crafting. That's what the damn it was about. How you doing, hun? Welcome in. How are you? Did it make them anyways? Oh, hot diggity dog, I did. Well, that's nifty. Anyways, I need to find... ID badge guy 9. This one? Here we go. A 4th camp. Okay. How was Rainbow Six Siege?
There's someone here.
Also, is there anything that we need to farm for the guild? Other than spice, obviously. Like, spice is always like the big one to farm, right? Oh, man. Is it just me or do Spencer's belts, like, break so freaking easily? Better than last season? Oh, that's good to hear. For the FOB and DD. God, I hate compasses. I hate compasses so much. I can't stand a compass. I really can't. Now it's letting me select that. It wouldn't let me select it the last time I came over. Night, Ian. Bedwell.
Identify yourself. I see someone.
I mean, I meant to stab him, but I have my gun equipped still, I guess, so that was a little awkward.
Identify yourself.
Heat stroke, baby, heat stroke. Oh, there they are. The discarded comms device.
You're no scavenger, and you're not one of the slavers. That's all I need to know for now. This is Keith Villari, Safety Warden, Spice Miners Guild.
I was like, it's Zantara!
The one from the Communinet.
No, the chat
The
still
man
doesn't
you
scroll.
looted, Lazarus, was mine. He was carrying a sealed metal case. Priority cargo. No tracking, no backups. Now he's in the dirt, and the case is missing. That makes you my last option, and the job's still hot. If that case lands in the wrong hands, the guild doesn't just lose face, we lose grip. So here's the deal. You find the package, you bring it to me, and you don't ask what's inside. We know the Kirab took it. Now we just have to figure out how we're going to get it back. In the meantime, check in on the crew of the Mithra. What's left of them, anyway. Help them if you can. I'll be in touch.
Mystics. Hey, Joe Star, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. Do we want to attempt what is straight in front of me? Easier to for proximity and refining a stop for K in and out of the DD. And the waifus are good. We're gonna be doing the waifus on we're doing the waifus Thursday. There is no waifus in Dune. Well, not gotcha waifus anyways. Yeah, let me turn in this round of quest with the guy, and then we'll go check that out. What the fuck did I put my thought there? There were so many batteries here, man. Oh my gosh. It's a battery fiesta. Tusken Raider waifus? I've never messed with one of these before. This is my first time messing with one. I just know the worm gets angry with them. Like that. What do you mean by hop on your orny?
Sector weather alert.
Ah!
Is approaching.
Sam, Storm, Broad. Well, I'm hoping to get to the deep desert this week. It is my goal. Now that I've gotten chapter 1 done, sorry. Yeah. The reason why I bounced out is because the rod's coming.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Ugh. And I wanted my valuables in my ornithopter since Mystics wants me on his. Oh, hello, Danny. Hello, hello. Again, guys, if you're enjoying the Dune stream, please give it a thumbs up over on YouTube, a like, let the algorithm know about it, and please leave a subscription as well. Subscribe. I play Dune quite often, so. Red, what are you up to? Speed. Oh, just passing through? Oh, okay, bye, brother. We riding. I'm assuming the place you cut is the, it's on the... game. This is being really finicky. Sorry, guys. Okay. Oh god. Oh fuck. I overshot it. Nope. I gotta heal, man. Woo! No. Well, we got something out of it. Bless the Maker in his passing. We got something out of it. Damn, he aggroed really quickly, though. He gangy. But you know what? We didn't die. That's the most important part. We is alive to tell the tale. That camera zoomed out and I was like, oh boy, here we go. We're gonna see if we can outrun the worm. Ooh, ship manifest. Ooh. Those sound spiffy. What is ship manifest for? Ooh. Okay, anyways.
Glad you're back, stranger. Did you recover all the lost guild tags?
Here you go, sir.
Let me see them. I gotta look up close. Brilliant work, stranger. Let me see these. Wait a minute. Who the hell is Commander Lazarus? There was no one called Lazarus in the Mithras crew.
Oh.
And these other 4 names are alien to me as well. What the hell's going on here?
Something happened, bro?
One of my crew just crawled out of the wreck. We didn't think there was anyone left alive in there. But if there was one, there may be more. Will you search the wreck for any other survivors?
Sure.
You're a gift, stranger. Here's a key to the roof hatch. You can access the Mithra from there. Conditions in the interior will be harsh. Be careful.
We're dropping like flies out here. Oh, finally, some good news. I've got Tolverson and Chang holding their guts in with dirty blankets. You are a lifesaver, stranger.
Ew. That sounds so gross.
The crew of the Mithra is in your debt. The few of us on this side of the grave, anyhow.
I need to play Red Dead Redemption 2. Usually those aren't my kind of games, but I've heard a lot of good things about the Red Dead series.
Thanks to your efforts, stranger, we're stabilizing the remaining wounded. Now, our priority turns to operational security. We took up a collection of personal sidearms to equip the scouts, but the rest of us are dangerously exposed out here. Thanks, stranger. Be careful.
I didn't even accept the quest. I was too busy reading the quest. I was reading the TLDR at the top.
You're back? Did you recover the parts I require?
Here you go.
Let me see. Very good, stranger. These will do well.
Wait, this is the chick that does the voice acting for all the trials. When you go through the Fremen trials, this is the same voice actress? Well, now that we've rebuilt the comms, what are we doing?
No.
How you
We've only
doing, Jonathan?
succeeded at generating a shortwave signal that doesn't even clear these rocks. We need to boost the signal if we want to contact the recovery crew.
How do we do that?
We deployed a relay beacon at a high point in the rocks, but it's not responding, and neither is the tech crew I sent up there to check on it. If you can fight your way up there and repair the beacon, I can boost our comm signal to reach most of the sector.
She's gonna say fight your way up. I'm just gonna float, brother.
Best
Let's
of
go.
luck, stranger. Although something about you tells me you don't need it.
I have learned to survive at Arrakis. I love Red Dead 2. Like I've said, I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've watched Leah, who we haven't rated in a while, but Leah plays it quite often. Or she started playing it. And she's like, fight your way up. I'm like, I'm just gonna, you know, float. Become the floating fat man, you know. Harkonnens ain't got nothing on me. Man, this crew, like, dropping like flies out of here, man. Seriously. Well, that was easy. Like, easiest repair of my life. Starting her streams later because of the construction in her area. Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. If Dies is streaming tonight, I want to raid her, but we will see. Like, I feel like... Oh, great. And my suspensor belt broke. You know what? This stupid suspensor belt is stupid. I feel they deteriorate so fast, man. Equip the stinky. Oh, now it's working. It's just I guess I couldn't do it around the main the entryway.
Who? What? What are you doing here?
You need to leave.
But there are still people trapped in here.
I'll take over the rescue. Get yourself out of here.
All right. But listen, I heard someone banging on the ceiling a while ago. Might be able to save them if you can find a way up there. And Cass is on the other side of this bulkhead, but can't get past the flogging Pinta shield. You'll have to find the key. Good luck.
Will do. Did he say flogging? He's gone. Well, that was easy. He's gone. He got out of here pretty quick. He was like, adios, muchachos. Aha. Oh, I missed. Oh, I like a good flogging. Oh, just for complex machines. There might be some in the main guild base, in our endgame base. Feel free, my man, to take some. Go for it. If it helps with deep desert shenanigans, definitely. Oh, fire. Fire hot. In case anybody was wondering. There wasn't a dude down there, right? Just a chest? Aha! Okay, nothing back over here.
I can't believe it. Somebody came. I've been hammering on the walls, calling for help, but I've given up hope. Please, get me out of here.
Just calm down. You can get out through the roof hatch. Go.
Yeah, I can make it. Thanks, friend.
Get on out of here, buddy. He's gone. Gonna let me through this one now? Negatory. I guess you need a yellow one? Am I seeing that right? I didn't see any rave bracelets up there, but we'll double check. Oh, pfft. I thought that was just a regular light. It's just, no, that was the rave bracelet, stars. Come on, get your Wispy, get your shit together. Replaying Vampire? Hell yeah. Oh man, should we do that for the big Halloween game this year, guys? Revisit Vampire. God, I love that game.
I don't know who you are, but if you have the Pentashield key, you're my new best friend.
We got a best
sealed
friend.
me in when the ship came down.
This guy is my new best friend. You heard him. Are there any other survivors?
Between the fire, smoke, and leaking radiation, I doubt it.
All right, roof hatch is clear. Get on out.
You don't have to tell me twice.
I think Orcus came from Cootie streams. We haven't visited Cootie in a while, too. Okay, if Dice isn't streaming tonight, then we'll visit Cootie. It's been a minute since we visited Cootie. We are no longer stinky. I still need to build the right shoes to go with this set. I keep forgetting to do that. This is a lot more quests than I thought it was going to be, actually. So I'm glad for that. What's the other one we're supposed to do? Improvised Mala pistol and 500 light darts. Okay, we need light. We need lots of salvage metal. Time to get salvaging. Hey, yo, y'all mind? I'm busy. Doofus! Yeah, you! Hey, he's busy, okay. I'm in high spirits, not just like consumed spice high, but more like writing the last paragraphs. Oh, you're gonna put it out there for the world to see, eh? Wait, why are we doing kitty jam? Why for kitty jamming? What'd I miss? Anyway. Okay, I got 150. Got 200. I'm gonna need some more. Gonna need more scrap. Wispy cute, wispy cute, wispy cute. What if I wasn't, huh? Nope. Denied. Get out of here. Oh my god. Yo, it did not like that angle, did it? I forgot that you actually could craft these on you. Oh shit, 750. Okay, we're good. But you are, so... I don't know. Only one person in chat is saying wispy cute. I don't think so. I don't think we're so cute, guys. I don't think... I think... Nodders? That's still only one person saying it. It's the same person.
Glad you're back, stranger.
Anything else I
You
can
can
do?
check in with Quartermaster Hicks or Lieutenant Drang.
Okay, bye.
You're back? As it turns out, yes. While you were working to get the signal booster operational, the automated distress signal from the Mithra suddenly went
I second
dead.
the cute statement. Oh no, even YouTube's agreeing with you guys now. Even YouTube's agreeing with you.
Odds are the power just ran out. A lot of our generators and batteries were smashed when the harvester fell. I have a workaround, though.
What do you need me to do?
Make your way through the interior of the wreck, activate the comms system's auxiliary power, and then reactivate the distress beacon.
Enter the wreck, activate the power, send the signal.
The
Got it.
Mithra's side axis is the closest point to the comms station. Let's just hope everything is reasonably intact in there. Good luck.
Reasonably. Goodbye.
The armsmen have established some...
Oh, he needs 4 of those.
Damn fine work, stranger. Now we have a fight. I don't mean to sound ungrateful.
Oh. I didn't realize he needed more than that. Oh. About that. I thought it was just one. Hello? Oh, insufficient resources. Okay. Because I accidentally made like 1,000 darts. Brother, he wanted 500. I'm like, here, have some more. Just take it all. The mods say that YouTube is based. Congratulations, YouTube chat. You have been blessed by the mods. Ah, there's a resume button, Wispy. Read. One, two, three. You wanted 3, right? Awoo! Hi, Zip. Which pet gets head pats too? Ooh, woo. Chat. Chat. Both chats get head pats from the mods. Let's go. Mods are based too. Kelly cute. Kelly cute. Ah, Zip, what are you eyeing about, my man? Why doth thou ah?
The armsmen have established...
Oh, I made 4. Okay, good.
Damn fine work, stranger.
You could have
Now
taken all
we have a
1,000,
fighting
that would have been
chance.
nice.
As an accomplished and meticulous weaponsmith, I never thought I'd be so happy to receive a pile of beat-up Mauler pistols, but here we are.
I was gonna say, you're gonna take what you got and you're gonna like it, buddy.
There is, if you're looking to knock some heads. The Kirab have found their way into the Harvester interior.
Well, of course they have, because why not?
I'm afraid they may use the access doors to come at us from all sides. Get in there and make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Good. Be sure to give the bastards my regards.
Og you. It's Vanessa!
Glad you're back, stranger.
Vanessa's one of the server people we yap with. I should have been like, say hi to YouTube. It should have been like, say hi to my stream. Because I told him I'm a streamer. Should have been like, hey, yo, say hi to stream. What's up? Ugh, how long's maintenance gonna be, Auntie? After all this hard work, guys, we're gonna get a haircut. Oh, it's on that side. Hi, Vanessa. I was hoping a bit more people would be coming back to the game with the DLC, but Styx thinks it's gonna namely hit over the weekend, but I'm still a little womp womp about it. Ooh, are we stinky in here too? We stinky in here too? What? Playing? Boo, a game update. I'm thinking they're cute. Rip Bozo. Hello? Oh, big stinky in here. Wow. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the stinkiest of them all? This shipwreck. Actually, no, the stinky rocks are still stinkier. Sorry, man, what that means, like... Stream's only gonna be like 4 hours? Ooh. Because since I gotta get up early now and do something, I can't stay up super late tonight. So I guess we're gonna be having a late Dune night on Friday after all, eh? There's a pentashield thing that I'm trying to get to. But now I don't know where it was at. Hello? Oh. Hello? I mean, I guess I could go do my Nikkei dailies, before the end of stream. I haven't done them yet tonight. We'll do that once the Dune servers go down. Oh. Yeah, that's uppies. Back over here. Lava! Got it. Okay. Did they post why they're doing an update? It's a hot fix. Oh, it looks like it might be in relation to like some of the issues you were having, Kay. I know you had mentioned you were having some graphic problems after the update, so it looks like it's regarding that. Brother, respawn! No! Be gone! Oh, some machinery? Wait, hold on. No, I want that machinery though. Give me that. Ugh. That rubber band. Ugh. Funcom has been pretty on. Yeah, it just sucks that like when they take the stuff down for hot fixes is like in the middle of my stream every single time. It's just like, damn. But there's nothing I can do. It's when, you know, this is the time when I can stream. So it's just like, shit. Once again. I know a lot of people haven't been really too happy with Funcom, but I haven't played any of their other games, so I don't know what the like if this is done really well or if they're, you know.
Great. That'll teach them not to trespass on guild property, and hopefully keep us safer in the process. We're mighty grateful for your help.
Honestly, I don't think they care if it's good lord, 166 ping! Holy moly!
I'm good for now. Check in with Lieutenant Drang to see if she still needs anything.
Good God, that ping! Yikes!
You're back?
I am.
No. All we can do is monitor the emergency frequencies and wait for pickup. Hope the recovery team gets here before a sandstorm. Thanks again, stranger.
Now what? With Chief Hanzo.
Glad you're back, stranger. You've done enough, stranger. I owe you a night at the bar if you ever get to Windsor.
Woohoo!
The crew of the Mithra is in your debt. Don't worry about us. The recovery team will be here any time now.
Spotter, come in. Yeah, I'm calling you, Spotter. It's one of the most dangerous and most coveted jobs on a deep desert crew. Spotters are the eyes. They see the first shimmer of a spice blow, or the curl of worm sign before it breaks the surface. They call the warnings no one wants to hear, and they carry the guilt when they're too late. The point is, the spotter's always at the edge of the storm, and right now, that's where I need you. So here's the deal. I got a guild drop rerouted in our favor. Don't ask how. Let's just say I'll be drinking with the finance clerks for a long time. They dumped a package. Should help us cut through this mess of sand and slavers. Ping's coming from an old ironworks. Get to it before someone else does.
Alrighty.
Spotter, the sector's thick with Kirab. Second highest concentration in the basin. Slavers petitioned for a warrant to scoop him up, and got it rubber-stamped in an hour. Containment is what they're calling it. What it really means is no rules, no oversight, and no one's coming to help. Don't get caught in the middle.
Okay then. Well, so we just unlocked some new customizations. But they must not be for still suits. Oh, no. It just said customizations. We don't know which customizations they're for. Maybe it's, Yeah, this is the first time I have had high latency on this server. That's surprising. It's a West Coast server, so interesting. Though pretty good. I mean, hey, is this game worth getting back into? Tell me, Chris Energy, why you stopped playing. Let's start there, and then that way I can kind of see if like about what you're looking in for. For to me, I've had no problem playing this game. I don't get to play it every single day, so I don't have like a ton of hours into it. And as a huge like IP Dune fan, I've been having no problem with it. But I know a lot of people have been having like don't like the deep desert, and there's a lot of other issues people have with it. I haven't even gotten to the deep desert yet, so that's another reason why I want you to kind of give me some info so I can tell you, you know, Mystics took the fucking parking spot. So we'll park down here. Gracefully, beautifully. Yes, nailed it, 100%. Don't judge. God damn it, I missed again. It's because you took the parking spot. Biggest reason all my friends quit playing, but I bought it and it was fun. I probably re-roll and come back solo, I suppose. I didn't get to the deep desert, really. If you're looking for people to play with, we have a guild on our server that you'd be more than welcome to join in. It's open to community members. We're fairly active. There's some people who get to play every day. There's some people who play a couple every days. We have, you know, we have people who are in the deep desert. We have people who, like me, who aren't in the deep desert yet. I just like building bases, so that's kind of what I've been doing. Did you just slap a cutie? Oh, you slapped my boomer. Alright, that's fair. Thank you for the socials and the discords. Thank you, thank you. I'm here for your listening devices. And or other goodies.
Good work, Spotter. What you've got there is a Chome Scrypoint Mark 9 eavesdrop array. Field
Sounds
calibrated
fancy.
for deep desert ops.
Oh.
You'll find 3 receivers in the kit. Get them into kidab camps without getting yourself turned into a conversation piece. I'm looking at the grid survey now. There's a solid spot for receiver 1 not far from your current position. Once you place it, I'll monitor the chatter. With any luck, someone's bragging about stealing from me.
This guy's voiced by Zantana, whatever his name is, Santana. Desert Santana. And I really like this voice actor, so I always get like a kick when I get to hear him. Kind of reminds me of Trevor from the end. Oh, from like Trevor Belmont. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. But yeah, the game, it is a little more difficult solo. But if you enjoyed just like the gameplay loop, I would say get back into it and just have some fun. Don't feel like you gotta rush to end game, you know? Because it's actually, if you rush to it, it's actually probably gonna just destroy the fun for it. They are planning on reworking the Deep Desert by next year. Which tells me they're gonna like redo the whole thing, and that's why it's gonna take so long of a development cycle. This is the first DLC drop. It's so far just been a bunch of quest lines because the main story is free updates. So if you're just curious on what's going on in the main story and don't want to, you know, buy DLC, you don't gotta worry about that. The DLC looks like it's just gonna namely be some quests and then cosmetics. So guys, I hate to say it, but I don't think we're going to be building the new guild base tonight. Like the pink crystal base. Don't think it's happening. Oh, rip bozo, this guy. Where am I supposed to plant this?
Come in, Spotter. You did good. That placement was clean. Signals cutting through like a crisp knife through boot leather. But one ear on the sand isn't enough. I need a triangulation fix. That means placing receiver 2 northwest of your current position.
I call, was that another spice blow? No, we play on a live server. I don't much do private servers because I like working on a, you know, I like working with people on a server, and I like seeing dynamics and stuff grow. I've been playing like MMOs since World of Warcraft, so to me, private servers are odd, but I can understand why people want to play on a private server. It's just not particularly for me. I have like too much fun watching the wild chaos that can happen. We almost died to a sandworm a couple times tonight. We got some couple spice blows though, so I mean, it was for not being able to play a ton because the servers are going to be going down. There's also a free weekend coming up this weekend, so there's going to be probably a ton of people checking out the game. So we are in a Atreides guild though, just as a heads up there, if you like the heart. We jokingly call them the Stinky Harkos, but that's also because as a huge Dune nerd, the Harkonnens are really stinky. Menal's Folly. Like Mentos? Like Mentos? Man, there's like, I don't want to drop any of the stuff in my inventory. And we can drop the spice food. I guess we don't really need the spice food. Say no to House Xenomorph. Stinky, stinky Harkos. Although, funny enough, there is a dude on our server called Fade. We're just gonna, like, clear everybody out. Why? Because I feel like it. Okay, fine. You know, use this one. Oh, where'd they all go? Oh, that sucks. Whoa. Nope. 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 Oh my god, this rubber banding is gonna kill me. This ping's gonna kill me. Oh my god. Game! Holy shit! Good god. And of course the dispenser belt's broken. Good god. Out of stamina, out of power, out of a dispenser belt because they're crap and they keep breaking. Ouch. Good god. One day I will find optimal Dune time. Dew time, not Dune time. My bad. Wrong one. That's not good. I just heard Sane yell down the hall, "They fly now." That's not good. Doom time is when the chainsaw comes out. I mean, I did play Doom 2016. It was fun. I learned that I played Doom way too slow for people, though, so I will probably never play another one. It's the horses, they fly now. I take it that he's playing Helldivers, which now makes me worried what bug suddenly flies. As if we don't have enough problems in Helldivers right now. You would think they'd want the listening device in here somewhere. mean, like, this would be a room you would think that you would plug a listening device into. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, there he goes. Now it's giving me the internet.
Come
There
in,
we are.
Spotter. The Kirab aren't very chatty, are they? I've been listening to the first device. I heard a lot of farting, name-calling, and inflated claims about sexual prowess.
Whoa.
But not much in the way of actionable intel. Still, there's something. Their captain's name is Brannock, and they all agree he's a proper war dog. Kills the most, scores the best loot. Standard outlaw meritocracy. But keep your eye on your women around him. Apparently he's old school Kirab. Believes in communal property, including the wives. They're all griping about it. Sounds like Brannock's made a lot of kids, and no one's sure who fathered what. Whole gang's got a quiet mutiny brewing over the bloodlines. Found a good site for Receiver 3. Survey data flags a radiation warning. Probably from 10 cartographers ago. Still, don't lick the rocks.
Why do I feel like I'm talking to Atlas in BioShock 1 all over again? I just get these stinky vibes. I'm talking to Atlas all over again. And this guy is just gonna pop off and be like, would you kindly jump into the mouth of a sandworm? Yeah, there's new tattoos, there's new some new hairstyles, just like I think 3 or 4 of them. The DLC comes with the new Dune Man set. The free update has chapter 2 in it, and a whole, like, a bunch of other kind of fixes and, like, quality of life stuff. Funny. My dog is enjoying the new bed sheets before I can. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Well, that would make them fantastic. Oh yeah, guys. Oh my god! Whoa! I've never had ping problems like this before. Holy moly! Oh! And then the game just died. Sure. Why not? Okay. Sounds cool to me. Okay. I'm glad I was above the base and not gonna be eaten by a sandworm and lose everything on my thopter. Damn, they're having some big problems right now, aren't they? Get the game rebooted up here. Game, nah, you're done. You can't play no more. What Red said. But yeah, quite honestly, like, even if you just want to play the game as a solo, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Go for it, buddy. I dream of it. Okay, he doesn't even dream of it. We don't even get the cutscene. Damn, okay. It's really tweaking now. Gosh, that ping is so bad. Goodness gracious. Yikes. Oh, good. It kept me and my thopter landed. Thank goodness. Woof. I don't think I can build the one I need here, though. I think we're gonna need to go to the bigger base to make that. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, we need the mercenary. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be at the other base. Not a problem. Oh my god! Yikes! Oh, don't even have cobalt paste here. Oh, okay, alright. Oh, good thing the sandstorm's here, I guess, then, right? Okay, okie dokie. So, we're gonna make some pasties. And not the kind you're thinking of. From what I can tell, Kay, from what I'm seeing on my side, it's gonna fix some of those issues, or it's supposed to, yeah. Server update just pissing me off when yeah, it always happens my midstream, man. It's a little annoying. Man, people were really expecting this carrier cargo container to come out in this update, but I don't know why people were thinking it would be. Okay. With the resub. Hi, honey. Hello. 5 years. Mwah. How are you? How has work been? Yeah, M is one of the OGers. How you doing, hon? Okay, let's see if we can get some more stuff done here before server down. And then we'll go do Nikkei dailies for the night. Hella tired, work was shit, mood. We finally hit we're hitting the beginnings of busy season in my job. Oh my god, this ping is killing me. I've never had ping problems before. Oh good god. Yikes. We definitely got busier because of everything going on with Rite Aid, but this is like our actual legitimate busy season now is flu season. Locked in because of lag. Yeah, the lag is horrendous, man. Oh, it is in the middle of Stinky Town. Happy fall, y'all. Sane would say it's not the equinox and therefore it's not fall. We had this discussion today, you see. He was very adamant about this discussion, too. Okay, it's right on the edge of Stinky Town.
I see someone. Kill them all.
I hit a wall. Excuse me, I'm looting your stuff. Do you mind? Oh, there's two of you now. Oh, this is a problem. Oh, there's three of them. Oh, God. Nope. I'm in a corner. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is how you die in this game. Is getting stuck in a fucking corner. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. And the ping problems aren't helping. Oh. Okay, I guess that skill can miss, too. That works as well. Bro, where are you going? Why are you pathing so funny, bro? Chill out. Man, they got really mad about me looting that chest, didn't they?
Come in, Spotter. Finally, something we can use. Got excited campfire chatter about a slaver raid at the old testing station they hold up in. Sounds like it was a real pitched battle. I pulled up an old guild survey of the sector. There's a testing station marked nearby. Station 13. Could be the place they're talking about. Desert rats love nesting in those old hidey holes. You should have the coordinates now. Go there, recover my package, and Spotter, don't die.
Why isn't my dispenser belt working? Does melee combat allow you to block, or is it like WoW? You can block is by default in the game. The idea is that you kind of want to parry them to basically stagger them, so you can penetrate through their shield with a slow blade attack. That's from the lore of the actual Dune universe. I haven't made a sword yet because I'm kind of more spec'd into daggers since I'm pretty heavy in the Bene Gesserit tree, but I will probably have to get some kind of sword skill. I have a sword called Poison Mist I want to use. I was going to make it tonight, but the server's going down soon. It's been ongoing for 5 years now. Yeah, it's pretty much just straight ever since COVID. It's just like an unending... Dude, more Spice Bowl. Let's go. Oh, this is inside the Imperial testing station. Ooh, this one might be a bit dicey to try and finish. All right, let's see what we can get done.
Who's that?
I've never been good at leading targets and with shooting. Oh god, that didn't work. Neither did. Oh my god. Ugh. God, whenever I use skills, it gets so much worse. Holy shit. See how much Mystics does better with a sword versus a dagger? It kind of sucks, honestly. I have not played the Mass Effect series now. I typically don't like Western RPGs. I've yet to really find one that I enjoyed. Not story-wise, but combat-wise. And if I don't like the combat of the game, I typically don't stay around unless for some reason there's something about it that I'll suffer through the combat with, kind of like in this game. Oh, hi. How you doing? Any secret ones? Nope, these aren't secret ones. Unfortunate. Oh, hello. Just gonna take all the money, don't mind me. Apparently the new building set is only 4 pieces. That sucks. That's a little disappointing. It is? Damn. We'll still build something with it though, just to see like how it all works, but that it is a little disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect something like a full-on Atreides set, but I was hoping for like enough sets to kind of make the whole thing look different. So I guess feedback can be given about, you know, DLC content and what kind of cosmetics people will want from it. Foundation floor, wide door, and half wall. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, this is the entrance. So this isn't... We didn't grab the identification badge for this door, I guess. So what's the one we grabbed it for, then? This one back here. Oh, yeah, no, I definitely dig the aesthetics. That's why it's underwhelming, for sure, yeah. I agree. Like, damn. That could have been more, you know, for sure. And the observer set they're doing is drops, so I always try to promote when they're doing the drops over even on YouTube so people can come over and get the drops over on Twitch. But damn, man. Have a good night, Orcus Bedwell. A lot of people are threatening to leave the game, like, when Battlefield 6 comes out, and I'm just like, I'm waiting for Battlefield 6 to piss everybody off, too. Though, I mean, like, I hope they enjoy it more than, you know, they've obviously not been enjoying their time in Dune, but... No, no, no. God's sakes. Man, as soon as I engage into, like, combat, my ping spikes. Not with long-range combat, but, like, melee combat. It's so weird. Where's Broski's stuff? There it is.
Remind me not to get on your bad side, Spotter. I don't know how there's any room to walk around with all the bodies you're leaving. Just as we feared, big recruitment push. I'm sure the Hawks want their new city built sometime before never, and they need slaves in volume. If the package wasn't in that depot, we have to assume the slavers took it with them. Did a little digging. Closest slaver outpost to the crash site is an old fuel refinery and depot in the Jabal Ifrit. Our last survey of that grid shows another one of those abandoned testing stations nearby. You should have the coordinates now. Go there and do what you do best. Find my package.
Alright, well that'll have to be a little later because the servers are about ready to go down, so we need to get back to base safely here. Dune is fun. Funcom just severely fucked up endgame. I would agree. From what I have heard, I have not gone into the deep desert. One thing I will say though is you should fight for spice because that is like core of the Dune universe itself. So that is something that you should be fighting over. How else they want to do like PvP on the other items and all of that, you know, I haven't engaged in deep desert, so I can't really talk about, but just as like a lore person, you shouldn't be getting spice easily. It should be hard. And if you're going to be in a spot where you're trying to argue with like tons of other people for spice, you should have to fight it. Like, I mean, if they redid it to make that easy, I would be mad, honestly. I don't quite understand why the Landsrad is not as, like, faction fighty as it would imply. Like, in terms of, like, Atreides versus Harko out in the deep desert. From what I've heard, it's not very much that way. You would think it would be. So that part I'm a bit confused on myself. I know, I guess they wanted to make the opportunity so people could, like, hide as one another out in the desert and like do that so they're not attacked, and like I get that, but if you're gonna set up the War of Assassins, I really feel like you should do more with the faction based angle of it and really make it feel like you're going in between, you know, the Atreides and the Harkonnen. And then I guess how they do the Landsrad too, people have an issue with. It's not as it didn't pan out the way, I think it's like devs thought one way and then it didn't pan out quite the way they thought it was going to, so now they're gonna have to like redo it basically. Wisby with the truth nukes. You know, it's like, I know people don't want to engage in PvP, I get it, but if you're going to be in the deep desert, which lore-wise is home to the biggest sandworms, and it's where the most spice is, and everyone in the universe is after spice, you're gonna have to fight over it. Like, that's just kind of how it is, man. Like, if you're fine with just getting small pockets here in Haga Basin, or like whatever you can get in the deep desert without trying to engage with people, that, you know, power to you, man, if you're able to do it, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. Because I saw people saying, put spice in the safe part of the deep desert, and like, I'm like, no. Absolutely not. That defeats the whole point of the lore. Honestly, it really does. And especially if it's a survival game, like, there's gonna be, oh my gosh! There's just gonna have to be a point in which people kind of, you know, like, suck it up, and the Dune universe is the Dune universe. Okay, it's a sucky place. The Dune universe is not like a great, amazing, wholesome place. It really fucking sucks. You know, oh, yeah. We'll take that one up to the big base, though. This repair tool thing isn't even mine, so it needs to go back up, and I think I pulled it out of this one. So it could go back to this one. It's not even mine. 34 spice melange. Alright, guys, we're like net 34 spice. Let's go. Maybe they should have added a whole warrior conflict thing where you have the base builders that collect and get taxed in the warrior caste that gets paid to fight in exchange for missions. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that to fit into Dune lore, but I do see what you're cooking with. I see what you're cooking with, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing. Yeah, all this side of this base is gonna pretty much getting torn down. We're gonna minimalize this base more or less into this big one. And we'll figure out, good God. So we'll move the sub-thief into here, and we'll power everything over here, and, you know, expand the base as needed here, but this one's gonna get minimalized and just basically be kind of like the iron farm. So everything in this area. And then I'm gonna make a pink crystal base somewhere along here. I haven't quite figured out where yet. And then we'll have the shoal bases. This is T's. This is the extra one we're making so people can farm down here and then farm up here. And then we have the major in-game one up here. Mystics is going to convert this one to the forward outpost so that people can just drop stuff off from the deep desert pretty easily. He's building that one, though. They had a certain vision for PvP, but in reality it's reduced to griefing and 1v5ing solo players. Yeah, I think definitely the idea they had for PvP was one thing, and then players played a different way. And, you know, sometimes that happens. You know, it's like expectations and reality, right? People are saying that they got scammed with this DLC. When I'm like, I don't know, they're pretty transparent about what you got. Maybe using the term DLC in terms of how things are normally used. But they do say, I think there's a difference between DLC and expansions, but we'll see. I'm just reading people's comments. What's up, Arto? The game's gonna be going down in maintenance here, so we're gonna be swapping the Nikkei here in a second. Oh, this is $13 on its own. See, I got the deluxe edition of the game, so... Chris Energy, thank you for your follow, man. Welcome in, welcome in. Like, I try to be... Having gone through many games and patch cycles, I think a lot of basically what's going on is they wanted to do one thing with the game, people are doing another, and so now it's trying to meet it in the middle. And a lot of people are expecting the turnaround to what players want to be faster. But I'm not quite sure, like, realistically, how fast you can turn it around into what people want, right? Because there is always that of, development time, and especially if you're going to revamp your... I do wish the revamp for the end game was sooner than next year, but I guess it depends on how deep they're going to go with the revamp. I'm also, though, to be fair, I have not played another survival game. I've not played another Funcom game. So it seems like a lot of people's anger about this is built up from previous games, including Conan. So, you know, quite honestly, I just feel like I'm slightly more optimistic because it's like I don't have all that previous history with it, right? And I don't get to play it all the time. So I don't have as many hours and stuff in the game as a lot of other people do. But, part of me does wonder, like, how much of it was as people built up a lot of expectations and the game didn't meet those expectations, so they're mad about it, versus how much the company actually, like, the devs are letting the players down. Like, I do think the Deep Desert has definitely been a disaster. And then their fixes just kind of made it worse with a lot of other people who with a lot of people, so people speedrun to the end game and then complain there's no content. That's always true. That's always true in an MMO. Though it will get to the point where eventually, like, no matter who or what you are or when you started, you will get to the, you know, you will play what's in the game and complete, you know, like the tech trees and the farming. Like, there's some people in our guild who are officially at the point where it's like, well, what else am I going to farm now, right? They've farmed everything through the tiers, and so now it's like waiting for a new tier or something else to come out. And I do think they could have added something next with this DLC for that. But I'm guessing the thought is that people either wouldn't hit the end game as long, or that's all I can think it is like they expected the content of the game to last longer, because maybe they didn't expect people to get to the end game as quick as they did. It's gone on record in some places as saying that basically they were forced to launch the game, so it's not quite up to like a lot of standards. It's so, to me, knowing how a lot of behind the scenes stuff works in Hollywood, to me that sounds like what it was investors wanted the game out, so they had to ship the game out even though the game probably wasn't necessarily ready fully to launch. So you're dealing with fallout from that as well, if that's true, right? So, because unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of gaming, investors in a company want a return on that after they've invested so long and waited so long. That's just how money making and stuff works in gaming and in Hollywood, right? So, my guess, honestly, and I have nothing to back this part up, that I have absolutely nothing to back this up, okay? But my guess, big brain play, is to get the game out and start kind of keeping build up and interest in the IP out until the movie's out next year. That's my guess. I have absolutely nothing to back that up other than just seeing how IPs work and how companies, not Funcom specifically, but like companies in general, try and make an IP last longer, right? Because you want to keep the hype and interest up, because you have Dune Part 2 come out last year, and so the whole movie's got to film and all of that, and they're aiming for December of next year, and Dune Prophecy's not out until next year as well, I think. So I think the idea from IP bigger holders, probably Legendary, would be get this out, keep the interest going and all of that. So me as a Dune fan, I'm pretty happy. But I don't think things were cooked long enough for certain things. I've gotten into this trap way too many times as an author and a D&D player. Wispy, what do you know when you've created a sacrificial characters but you end up caring for them so much, asking for a friend? Depends. It depends. So you can make it where just because they're the sacrificial character doesn't mean their impact from the story is gone, either through character motivation or they were involved in greater things going on in the world, so that the reader can kind of unravel what has been going on there, and then that gives you the chance as the writer to like keep going and keep visiting stuff with them. That's always an option. Or honestly, you just go write side material about the character in terms of like what they did before, you know, the main story started. You could also do that too, right? You could do that. You can have a lot of different fun with it without impacting the integrity of why they're dying, honestly. You either make an interest keeper, an interactive sequel, prequel, or just that we have the IP. I honestly think, from watching the dev team talk about the lore of the game and the lore of Dune, I honestly feel a lot of people on the dev team are very passionate about Dune as an IP. XCO04PX, thank you for your follow. Welcome in. I think they care very much about Herbert's world, and they care very much about the details that Herbert has created for Dune. I'm quite certain there are people in Funcom, the corporation, who see it as, we hold the IP, so we're going to make stuff to hold on to the IP, right? Because Dune's a very big IP now, right? I mean, the last time anything Dune had kicking for it before its new movies was like the miniseries in the early 2000s, right? The shit I grew up on. So, for IP holders for Dune, it's a very exciting, lucrative time. So you definitely will have this element of inside any corporation where they're pushing to keep the IP going and they're pushing to keep it around. And then the creative side trying to basically keep up with the business side, right? Like Marvel, our favorite topic as of the last month, Marvel, right? But it seems like the biggest issues Dune is having, as in the game, is that there's lots of bugs, there's lots of exploits, but unfortunately when it comes to a live service game, there's always going to be exploits that you're squishing. That's just part of a live service game, man. Like 14 has it, World of Warcraft has it. It is what it is, man. That's just how it happens. I hate to say it, but it's part of having a live service game. People will hack the game. Now, maybe their game is a bit easier to hack and exploit. I don't know. I haven't looked into it much. I personally have not had any of those issues. I have not had any issues with hackers or with things. The only thing like I had an issue with was like we died or respawned some way and like my money was missing and ended up in a chest in my base somehow. Like that was like the weirdest thing like that. But I haven't experienced those problems, but I'm not saying they don't exist because I haven't had them, right? But so I think they released the game a little too early. Because I think they as in Funcom, the company, the corpo, wanted to hit a certain deadline. Maybe they had to with certain agreements when it came to Legendary to hold the IP. For people who don't know, Legendary is the name of the studio that makes the Dune movies. Universal, or whoever it is, I think it's Universal, they just publish the movie. They basically are the ones who make the deals with the movie theaters to get the movies out, but Legendary is the one who really foots a lot of the bills for the movie. They're the ones that hold the current IP to make product based off of their license from the Herbert estate. So Funcom basically got licensed out by Legendary to make a game to keep the IP working, right? That's like, this is kind of normal. This is standard. This is how IP management works, right? So, they're most likely having to meet expectations from when it comes to the people they get the IP from, the shareholders and investors that are in Funcom, and, you know, player expectations. So you have all of these things that are bouncing around and all of that while trying to maintain the game. So there's a lot of different moving parts when it comes to these, especially live service games, right? Comes with the territories of MMORPGs, exactly. So, I mean, I'm really sad the Deep Desert kind of sucks. Like, I really am. Because there was a lot of stuff about it that on paper sounded really cool. But I think the ultimate problem was they had this great idea of what Deep Desert could be and not a realistic idea of how people act in that kind of setting, right? There's less working together and more griefing when it comes to a PvP thing. That's just kind of how it boggles down into. A way you can try to help reduce that is by faction PvP. Make it so your own faction can't grief you. So then the other faction will grief you, but at least you're not having like open griefing. Of course, there is the idea though that because everyone is out for themselves to get spice, a free open zone PvP is the most purest idea of what the Deep Desert of Dune would be like. But at some point, lore needs to slightly take a seat back for gameplay mechanics, right? Like, the spice isn't purple in Dune. It's supposed to be cinnamon colored. It's a very darker color of the sand, but that's going to be hard for a player to see in game. So they made it purple. Okay, whatever. You know, it makes my lore nerd tweak a little bit, but it has to look a way for a player to be able to stand out and see it, right? But then I wouldn't be able to grief you for content. Brother, you don't even play the game yet. What do you mean griefing me? Excuse you, Chief. What's up, brother? How you doing? Can I get a shout out for Chief if we didn't get one already? I would full clear Haga before DD. My goal was to finish what they coined as chapter 1, so the base game storyline. That was my goal, was to clear that before I went into Deep Desert. Because I honestly thought that was the natural progression, was like finish story and then go to the Deep Desert. Turns out you don't need to do it that way. But as I'm someone who focuses on like narrative and lore first, that's usually what I do before I go and get into mechanics, right? Thank you for the raid, brother. What's up? How are you doing? Hey, yo, man. How was Nikkei? Who's Nikkei? We ready? I'm gonna be swapping to Nikkei here in a bit. We're just kind of yapping about this. The servers went down for hotfix maintenance. Lots of issues are coming out. I would agree. There's probably also, they definitely need better quality assurance. They definitely need better QA before launching stuff, man. 100%. Imagine making a character that's supposed to die to create drama for the main or villain, and then sacrifice turns cute, sweet, and the silliest dreams, and you just can't. I know that feeling. It sucks so much, man. If you watched a decent movie in the last 10 years, it's usually legendary. You're not wrong. I think, honestly, my first movie I really want to say that stuck out to me that was legendary was Dracula Untold. And then there's some legendary movies I like more than others, but I have not seen a legendary movie I hated. Didn't they do John Wick? I think they did John Wick as well. Pay for the protection from warriors. That's an idea too. I grieve you by not playing. Nikki was on Sunday. Oh, but we got a rupee second. Hell yeah, let's go, brother. So who was the raid from then? Because you're marked as a raider. Oh man, Twitch's trick is tweaking out just as bad as friggin' the game was tweaking out. Well, that's not a good sign. Oh! Right, no, Pacific Rim. Yeah. Nope, you're right. I saw Pacific Rim before Dracula Untold. You're right. It was a good game. I checked in 69 times. Nice. Oh, wait, Legendary did the Nolan Batman films? The only thing I remembered was Synop? I can't remember the name of how you say his company, Nolan's company, but that's the only one I remembered that did it. So, well, there you go. Okay. Oh, from Epic? Oh. Okay, I was like, huh? Yo, brother, we ready for collabing tomorrow? Did we decide on which game we're collabing tomorrow? Is it the first? I'm trying to leave it a surprise for chat. So is it the first pick we yapped about? I don't mind if it is. I just want to double check. But yeah, no, Legendary also did the Warcraft movie, which the Warcraft movie really wasn't that bad. It was terribly slow, though, and not super engaging for people who didn't know World of Warcraft, and that was ultimately its problem. Because the fact is when it comes to a movie market, if you can't capture the general audience, it doesn't really go anywhere. That's why Marvel was able to stay alive for so long, is because they caught the general audience, which was exactly what it needed to do. It was perfect. Until it wasn't. What you playing? Ha 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 ha. We haven't. No, Lamau. Okay, let me know tomorrow. Yeah, I'm good for either too. Yeah. So, do you prefer playing the second game over the first one? Barbie Warriors 10? What the fuck? No. It'd be funny if I could get Chief to come play Dune. But I don't think Chief's got the room on his hard drive for Dune yet, so you know. But yeah, I see the problems going on with Dune, to quickly sum it up, as more than just devs not making good game suck, game dying, dev make me angry. It's a much more complex thing, I think, going on behind the scenes that leads to the state the game is in. But I don't... There's a lot of stuff going back and forth where people are saying, oh, the devs weren't listening to feedback and they're ignoring it. I don't know if that's true. I don't work with the dev team. I don't know these things, so I'm not going to say. But, I mean, quite frankly, all the complaints I'm seeing about Dune, I've seen before in all the other MMOs I've played. This is like nothing new. It's like, oh, it's the day that ends in Y. Got it. Okay. You know. Like 14. Well, Fantasy 14 right now is in a really big L expansion. Before that, World of Warcraft had a really bad L expansion too. Shadowlands was bad. Okay, Shadowlands was bad. I didn't play Shadowlands, but as a lore person, I heard about the story, and that shit made me mad, and I haven't touched World of Warcraft in over a decade. So, I have it installed, I just haven't had the chance to come play. Oh, I thought you didn't have the room for it, my bad. Devs ignoring the audience? Nah, that's Mecha Break. Apparently there was feedback given from test servers and those issues still went live. So that's why people are saying the dev team are ignoring players. There was this big thought that they were going to be adding in the carryall that would let you basically go across the map with stuff or something. I'm not quite sure what this giant carrier people are talking about is, but they were like convinced it was going to come out with this update, even though the devs said nothing about it coming out this update. And so now people are pissed it didn't come out and they don't want to play the game now. And I'm like just genuinely confused. If anyone's got info, let me know, because I don't know what's going on with this. If you're a lore person, Skyrim is your game. The biggest issue I have is I don't find Western RPGs fun. I grew up too much, I think, playing JRPGs. Typically lore and story will be really great in a Western RPG, but there's always some aspect of the combat that I don't enjoy. Like, that's why I didn't finish Witcher 3. As much as I loved the Witcher 3 story and I loved playing through it, there was just certain things about game design that just pissed me off way too much to keep playing it. I tried Dragon Age Inquisition several times. I tried several different classes, and I just could not enjoy playing a class in that game, although the world and the story of that was really intriguing. I couldn't find something I enjoyed playing, so I just stopped. There was a box they talked about in the roadmap post they did, but yeah, it was never listed in the patch notes. Okay, so this is different then. So just because something is posted in a roadmap doesn't mean it's like the next update. It means it's coming down at some point. Okay, at least now I know where they're getting the idea from. I was like, what is this we're talking about? I know, like, so they had mentioned a new vehicle out in this DLC, and people were livid because they thought it was going to be this tank that was in trailers and I guess closed beta and didn't launch with the game. But, they had, like, I remember them just stating, even in dev streams, like, pre-launch, that the DLCs would just namely be cosmetics. They weren't going to put something like a new tank or like, you know, extremely big vehicle behind the paywall. That's not what they wanted to do. So I was like, why is everybody getting this idea that they're going to put a tank behind a paywall? What? They never stated this. Now, if they had a history of doing something like that, I could 100% understand why people would be upset and frustrated by it. Like, 100%. I don't know Funcom's track history with Conan. I never played Conan. I heard of it, but Conan's not an IP I'm interested in, so I didn't bother checking anything out about it. The Mecha Break lead dev said in an interview that he was aiming at esports and he knew better than the players. Yikes. I will say, from everything I've heard of Joel, who is the lead dev, like the lead team guy for Dune Awakening, I don't think I've ever heard him say he knows better than the players. He came out when they did that big post that was really about the Deep Desert that, like, he had this idea, and this was the idea he wanted to stick with. So it was about trying to basically find in between where the players wanted and what he wanted for the game. And I thought that was fair to say, right? Because you don't want to get to the point where the dev team doesn't want to work on the game anymore. And if they have a vision for it, you know, you need to compromise somewhere. Players need to compromise somewhere, and devs need to compromise somewhere to try and make something that both parties will enjoy, right? It was listed as the other stuff they did implement, like reducing cobalt paste and okay. So because of where it was listed, that's why people thought it. I see. Helldivers doesn't even have doesn't have the APC yet. What makes a Dooner think they get a tank yet? They showed a tank in the initial trailers for the game, which just made me confused because I'm like, I was gonna make the worm show up. Why do we have tanks? I don't understand. And I think in maybe one of the closed betas, they probably had the tank. Most likely because they were testing it out. But because it was an X thing, people assumed it would be there at launch. Which necessarily, I'm not going to say is wrong. Because, you know, if something's advertised to you, you think you're going to get it, right? Again, I come into Dune Awakening with never having played another survival game before. And I come in just as a Dune fan. So I don't have many expectations for the game other than my past experience with MMO RPGs and what I know about Dune, right? So anything else to me, I just view through the lens of I have been through the cycle of MMO RPGs and everything I'm hearing is nothing new. I have lived this before many, many times. Because so you see why people thought it was coming out soon, but you can also see tanks in certain spots. There is really no content a tank is good for, though, at the moment, unless they got some really good anti-air to deal with Ornithopter. That would be good. I think that would be a good use for the tank. I returned to Guild Wars 2 after 9 years and have been loving it so far. It's been years for me out of an MMO and finally refound one. So I really enjoyed a lot of Guild Wars 1. I played it a lot with friends. It wasn't a game I typically played solo. It was that MMO I'd play with my friends when everybody wanted to play it. But I very much loved 2 certain classes in that game. And then so when Guild Wars 2 came around and those classes weren't in the game, I was very, very upset. Not even the sense of like, oh my god, I wasted all my hours in Guild Wars 1 and it's not going to carry over. Although I did wish that somehow the very expensive class armor I got for my dervish would carry over to Guild Wars 2 in some way or fashion. I very much had hoped that, because that shit was a grind, but, you know, understandably so. But Guild Wars 2 fell into the same issue of, like, I couldn't find a class at launch I enjoyed playing, so I stopped playing the game with no interest of going back to it. But I know a lot of people really do like Guild Wars 2. To see one of the other VTubers I know, that's like her MMO she plays on stream, it seems like. Which I say seems like because that's the one I see her play. I don't know if she plays others, but that's the one I've seen her play the most. Which is that's totally fine and fair. Because obviously Dune is mine as the big Dune fan. I would like the game to turn around in terms of what players would like it to, and for it to get back kind of on its feet and keep going again. But there is going to be a portion on both PvE and PvP, there we go, that will not be happy, right? There's always going to be people who want it to lean more PvE and people who want it to lean more PvP. And so you're always going to have 2 factions of the game that just won't like it no matter what you do. And so it's going to have to be sifting through that versus people who are giving you hard, needed criticism and critique on how to make and how to of what players want in order to improve the game.
Hey, people.
Right? Sorry. I have videos on the side I'm going to watch later, so... Okay, alright. So, do you guys mind if I go take a little let-pee break real quick? And then we watch this video? So, this is an interview that Joel, who's the creative director of the game, who I mentioned earlier, did. And it seems like people are taking some of what he's saying out of context. There was a quote, I guess he said, "We don't rely on old players, we rely on new players." But the context of the statement was financially, because they don't have microtransactions in the game. So their source of revenue is going to come in from new players buying the game and or buying the DLCs. But people are trying to spin it as if they don't care about the people who have been playing the game like 1,000 hours since launch. So I want to watch this if you guys are okay with that. And then we'll go do the Nikkei dailies. Yeah, no. It says we have a lot of new people both on YouTube and on Twitch, which, by the way, again, guys, if you could go give the YouTube stream a thumbs up, a like, in order to kind of push it into the algorithm a bit more. I'm someone who very much finds development fascinating, not just in games but in movies as well. Like, I like knowing like the behind the scenes drama and the behind the scenes stuff as to what leads to making things. I just like one of these people, right? I blame it on because like when I was younger, I would sit and watch like how they made the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, I'd watch all the extra features on DVDs and Blu-rays, and I still do to this day. So this kind of stuff I find very interesting because I like getting a fuller picture of like what's going on with a game versus just like at the player level, because there's so many more levels that go into a game than just the player experience, even though obviously that's the biggest important thing for us as players, right? Why not adding a store just for decorations and stuff? All I can think is they want to avoid microtransactions because of how microtransactions end up being. I would think that you would want some kind of, like, I would think cosmetic microtransactions wouldn't be bad, but I think a lot of it is, and again, I don't know the devs, I don't know anyone on the dev team, so I could be like 100% wrong. It could be either they just don't like that business model. It could be they don't like the connotation of that business model. It could be maybe they aren't going to be able to develop things enough to put on a store like that. Like, Final Fantasy XIV can do it because there's more than just cosmetics on the store, right? They have like level skips. They have skips where you can skip through the MSQ, so its main story of the game, in order to go do endgame content. Then they have all their cosmetics. They have it where Fantasias, as they call it, which you can go down to the very minute and change your character, even down to the race of the character. And you need a Fantasia to do that versus just like giving them a haircut and like that kind of thing that's in the game. So I'm guessing it's just the business model they want to go with, though I wouldn't be surprised if they end up having to put something like that in the game if they're not selling enough copies of the game to keep up with development costs, right? I mean, yeah, and they're perceived negatively. Like, theoretically, I wouldn't mind if, so like the big set they put on Twitch, right, is the Observer set. That's the Twitch drops, right? Me personally, I wouldn't mind if they eventually added it where you could go to like the Steam page and you could purchase the drops if they're not going to rerun them. That way, if you want the item, you can get them, right? I would say that would be something though that's like, you finish the Observer set, you're done with it, you're not going to rerun it, and then put it up for people to buy, especially for those who don't watch Twitch, or maybe they're like, they watch on YouTube or Kick or another platform and they don't want to make a Twitch account, but so they still have access to it, and then you can make a little bit of money off of it. But somewhere somebody would complain about that. Like, somebody somewhere would complain about that, because microtransactions are perceived negatively because of how invasive people have been with microtransactions, and how a lot of studios will make stuff specifically to be on the store. Like, for example, Final Fantasy XIV has a couple mounts that are on the store that I think is bullshit's on the store. They should be earned in-game because they are based off of bosses that are already in the game that are raid bosses. So those should be put into the game. I don't think you should have to buy those, right? If it's something that's like inspired by the current expansion or something else but isn't related to battle combat, yeah, sure, okay, go ahead and put it on the store. But like on the flip side with World of Warcraft, they put the best stuff on the store and not earnable in-game anymore, so there ends up being a like quality issue, right? And then you just look at how mobile games can be with their microtransactions, right? Like, I mean, $60 for a skin of Nikkei is honestly a little fucking ridiculous. As much as I love Nikkei, and I have a couple of those skins, it's a little ridiculous. It really is. So it could, you know, it's... I'm guessing it's just a thing right now they want to avoid. That's my only guess to it, honestly. Somebody brings up in the comment here, just need incentives to co-op play like shared XP. Yeah, I don't know why shared XP isn't a thing, honestly. That part confuses me about this game. Like, I don't understand why there's not shared XP, but I think that's where it's going more into the survival than it's going into, like, the MMORPG, because they first tried to coin it as like an MMORPG, and I think that was part of the first problems the game had, because it's not. There's things in this game that if you're going to call it an MMORPG are just flat out missing from this game. So, I think that's why they dialed it back and they said, no, it's an MMO survival game, because that was a more accurate label. But people had already gotten their heads it was an MMORPG, so, you know. Hi, Kitsune. I'm actually going to go use the restroom real quick, and then we're going to watch this video from the dev that was an interview with the head dev of the game. And then we're going to do our Nikkei dailies. So, I will be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Thank you for letting me yap so long about this. I appreciate it. You know, there's also this I just realized. Is that anything they make in Dune, as in the game, probably has to be approved of either by the Herbert estate or by Legendary as the IP holder. So maybe that's another reason why they haven't done or won't do or don't want to do a cosmetic shop, is because of maybe that process is just a pain in the ass. So it's like, we're not even gonna mess with that right now. That's an idea. I don't know if that's it, but that's the concept. I don't know how Conan is monetized, honestly. Let's pull it up on... Damn, Conan Exiles is still $40? Okay, so they have DLCs, it looks like. So they have all these packs. So it looks like they did the same thing with Conan that they're doing with this game, if I'm seeing it right. Oh, and they did an expansion. So this is an expansion. So you have DLCs plus expansions. Okay, so they're doing the same thing they wanted to do with Dune. Okay. This is surprising. This mostly positive. This is shocking to me with how much people bitch about Conan Exiles. Now, when I say bitch, I'm not saying there's a, there's not a reason to. I think it's 100% fair if you have a complaint about the game. Sorry, I was just checking something real quick. So, but it seems like they've dropped a lot of developing on Conan Exiles to go work on Dune. And so Conan Exiles, people are not happy about that, which is understandable. I can see why people would not be happy about that. But Conan for me was never like a IP I was interested in, so I never checked out the game. Published via Paradox. They own the non-book IP. The book and the comics are still being put out and owned by the Howard estate. Oh, okay. There's a surprise in DMs. Ayo. Sorry, I had to go pee. Oh, she's so cute! Oh, thank you, Nate. I thought we were already friends. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you. I'm gonna spam heart set. You guys want to see? I'll have to upload it to Discord somehow. We have a dodo. We have a new dodo, guys. Oh my god, Discord, please. Look at her. She's so cute. She's so cute. That's my little mermaid. My mermaid girl. Also working on the Cindy one, should be coming up soon. No worries, man. Take your time. Thank you so much. I will find a way to upload that to Discord. Conan's a really neat niche property. Scratches a niche. The Dark Sword and Fantasy niche. I feel like Dark Sword and Fantasy wasn't that niche at one point in time, but probably has been due to lack of content, if you will. Mods, give this Kitsune a medal. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Let me close out the game in the back since we won't be able to play it the rest of the night. And let's see what he's yapping about.
But people who've read the book 50 times will notice something and they'll be like, oh, like you actually have a reference to that in there. And I'm like, yeah, we've read.
We're 7 seconds into this video and I just got called out massively. I haven't read it 50 times, but I just got called out massively. Damn.
The book's 50 times in the last few years, so yeah.
Hi, umbrella. Let me turn it down just a wee bit. Timberwolf, thank you for your follow. Welcome in.
Thank you so much for greeting us in your sandworm booth. I think it's always interesting when a game kind of comes back to Gamescom or an event like this after release. I know you guys were here last year as well. How different is the experience coming to a show when the game's already out and it's more of a known quantity?
I mean, it's pretty cool because like I get, you know, online you sort of read comments and there's a lot of negativity and, you know, people love the game. Some people hate the game and they let you know in no uncertain terms and you kind of remember those things. But at Gamescom, I'm meeting a lot of people who've just come up and thank me for the game so and say like, hey, I played it for 300 hours. Wow. And I mean, it's only been out for 2 months, so that's a lot of time.
I think that's another thing he put in how he puts it is the fact of when you look at how many hours people have put into Dune Awakening already, and it came out in June, right? So we're like officially what 3 months into this game cycle already. Mid-June, so we'll hit 4 months here soon in a couple days. And so the pumping that many amount of hours in any game in that sort of a time is hella, right? I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying it's it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's a lot of time. So I'm wondering if they kind of built the game with the idea of you would be taking more time in terms of real life time to go through the game, right? Like they designed it where this would be a game that you would take your time through and it would be over the span of months because, you know, there's other games people play, work and all of that. So there is that to consider. I got 770. Yeah, man, I got 246. I got 246 because I either get to have one big long gaming session in on a Sunday, or I play it on stream. And that's just because I'm a streamer, so I play other games, right? If Dune was like my exclusive game, I would probably be having a ton more hours into it. But because I play so many other different games, because I, as a person, just enjoy a variety of games, right? It takes me longer to get through everything. Yeah, people talking about people rushing the deep desert, but no, I just played for a long time, exhausted everything else to do, then went to DD because that's what was left. I mean, but realistically, you've put 700 hours into the game in 4 months. That isn't a crazy amount of time to put in a game in 4 months. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just making the point of time hours, right? So if you have exhausted everything within 700 hours, that proves that in terms of time to money for what you've played the game isn't a bad go, actually. But it also means they probably designed for you to... They said Haga Basin was like about 100 hours worth of gameplay. Obviously, I think that's on the low estimate. So, you know, they probably designed the game for anywhere from 100 to 300 hours before you start running out of things to do, would be my guess. That would be my guess, right? Remake Masters of the Universe. Yeah, Red, they tried. Did you hear what happened with that Netflix show? They tried. But I do think they underestimated how excited people were and how much time people would be spending in the game in the first couple months. And that's kind of like the point I'm getting to, is they designed it for X amount of time thinking it would take over all of these months for people. And a lot of people did it in like a month and a half. The easy way to put it, so many hours, because the game, it's a chore. When you reach the supposed end game, there's nothing that game ends. Well, it depends on what you mean by the end, right? In terms of, from what I saw, people were saying the end of chapter 1 story. I'm just calling it chapter 1 because they're calling this chapter 2. Just boom, ended out of nowhere. And it definitely didn't have a nice ease into the big shit happens and then, okay, now we're waiting for the next quest line to come out, right? But I'm also used to Final Fantasy XIV MSQ. That kind of does that a lot. So I'm like, okay, this is normal. I haven't gotten to Deep Desert because I haven't had the time to put into it. And I've been most of my time in the game has been building giant bases for my guild. You know, it's because that's what I enjoy doing. But it definitely sounds like the Deep Desert wasn't fully fleshed out, or where I personally lean on it is that the devs had one idea, players had another, and this is not meeting in the middle, so now they need to redo it. Right? Because it sounds like the systems of Deep Desert in terms of mechanical things, especially in the faction warfare, are like non-existent pretty much, or they're very undercooked. And then you had the big complaint between the PvP people and the PvE people. So it was just sort of a mess. But I honestly still think the dev team didn't expect people to get to Deep Desert that quickly. Well, that's why I'm asking, Simp, like more of like what you're describing as to you, what the game ends. Like, what does that mean? Right? I'm trying to get more of a feel of where you're coming from on it, right? Because to me, with a live service game, there's not quite an end. You just get tired of playing it, and that's fair. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm taking a big break from Final Fantasy XIV because I don't like the story of this expansion pack, right? You know, it happens, you know? Yeah, I don't think I think they definitely underestimated how many times, like, the amount of, when I say time, I don't mean 300 hours. I mean, they compacted 300 hours in like 2 months, right? I don't think they expected people to blast through it in 2 months, to be fair. But there is also the thing where you design a game, especially a live service game, for the widest market possible. So you're going to have to try to average basically the people who do 300 hours in 2 months versus someone like me who gets 200 hours to 250 hours in like 4 months, right? So you can't design a game for one or the other unless you're in a specific niche, like cozy gaming, right? I'm not knocking on cozy gaming. I'm using it as an example. There's no events, no missions, nothing. Only thing you do is farm. Dungeons are all the same. There's nothing besides building bases. I have 100 hours in Conan single player. So I am, like I mentioned earlier, this is my first survival game. So I don't know how it rolls in other survival games. This is typically not a game I play. I only play it because I like Dune. So, I definitely have seen the complaint about the events. Though apparently they are supposed to be now those, oh, I forget what they called it. But basically, I would call them world events. Like coming from like World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy 14 calls them fates. Where they're the events that pop up on the map as you're playing it. That was supposed to come out with this. Right? That was supposed to come out with this update. I didn't run into any in the time I was playing, but to be fair, I was focused on the DLC storylines. So, you know. But I will say, we saw 2 spice blows in, like, within 10 minutes of one another, and that's never happened before. So, hey, that's pretty cool. Thank you for your follows, Simp. So, I don't know how much it'll help having those events in it, as I haven't run into any. I hope it does. I do wish they kind of had also added that into the Deep Desert, but given they're going to revamp the Deep Desert, you know, I guess it is what it is. I feel like if they added another tier to this update, that would have helped a bit more. Because we're at T6, right? And I mean, I'm still in like T4, T5, but T6 happens and then there's nothing to do with T6. So I feel like if they started implementing T7, that would have done really well for this update too. For the people who need content to do. Or find different ways to use your T6 mats and all of that to impact Landsrad. Like, not just vendors or lowering crafting time. I think both of those are great. But, like, what if you made it where if the Atreides or the Harco won for that week, they get exclusive, like, there's an event that'll pop up that only they have access to, right? People would be fucking pissed about it, but it's a benefit to you engaging in the Landsrad and winning the Landsrad for your side, right? Because a lot of people have already said the Landsrad rewards aren't all that great past a certain point anyways. To be fair, I always assume this is your sort of cozy game, just lots of Duning. Honestly, most of the time for me, cozying is farming in anything. I don't mean playing a farm simulator. I mean, hey, wow, I need this mat in a game. I'm going to go farm this mat and throw on some music or throw on some YouTube videos. And I'm going to do this for 5 hours of my day because it's just my zone chill out. One of my zone chill out things, right? It's a bit harder for me to do that in Dune because I'm still learning how to navigate tech trees and really learn how a lot of that is, because the only thing I really know from tech trees comes from like StarCraft and Warcraft, like RTS games. And this is obviously quite different from that. So there's still a lot of the game I'm learning in terms of like how a survival game works. Or it's like I farmed up a ton of aluminum, and then one of my guildies farmed up a ton of aluminum. So it was sitting at the base, and I'm like, well, now what do we need? Oh, we need jasminium so we can make duralumium. Okay, I guess I'll go make another base for the guild in the south side of Shoal. And then I haven't finished it yet. So, because I was waiting for the DLC to come out because I wanted the build set, because I need to go make a base for Etherite crystal farming too, right? I just had my stream anniversary right after the game came out. I planned to play a bunch of different games, but I spent the whole week off work doing Dune. It's an immersive game, especially as a Dune fan. But once you get to the point where you've unlocked everything and you've farmed everything up and you have a ton of spice and you've got nothing left to spend it on, because there's nothing reward-wise more from the Landsrad other than engaging in the grind. But when you got so much of everything and you don't have anything else to spend it on, that's where you hit the wall. They need to make the testing stations in DD more diverse. That is on the map for them to do. I do remember them mentioning that on their roadmap in their stream. Yeah, T has a base on the north side, and I'm making one on the south side. So we'll be able to basically, hopefully, like, double the production. No, the cat wants out. Come here, Nate. Come on. Sorry, cat wanted out. I quit Dune last month and started playing Conan Exiles and a lot of Cyberpunk for the 20th playthrough. Hey, if you need a break from Dune and you need to go play something else, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you know, like, if when you go back to Dune, if you don't keep up on your base, you're gonna have to remake your base. There are videos out on YouTube, though, that explain how to store some stuff so that you're not completely starting from zero if you decide to go back to the game. I know a lot of people don't really like the idea of the base decay system, but frankly, if you have a lot of people leaving the game and they've picked the best spots, that leaves it for other people coming over to the game, not getting the best spots, right? So the base decay is kind of what it is. I know a lot of people aren't happy about it, though. I'm working on unlocking all the achievements. Well, there you go. That's something else you can do. Have a good night, Kitsune. Ooh. Hopefully the Wi-Fi router goes good. Most of what I've been doing is farming mats to help the guild. Sometimes the Landsrad turn-ins are too much to justify it. I start Dune 3 times. As in, like, you started, like, 3 different characters in Dune? Frankly, it's probably not a game I quit because, like I said, I don't get a lot of time to actually play the game. Because then always when I play it on stream, the game goes down for maintenance anyways, and here we are. But, I do want it to do better. I do want it to have a better end game. I want it to be a healthier game because I've been enjoying it. And as someone who's like been a Dune fan since I was like 13, 14, it's something very special to be able to actually go and play on Arrakis in like a complete 3D environment and feel immersed in as much as gameplay will allow in Arrakis, right? So like for me as a Dune lore fan, it is very special, but there are still massive problems with it, and I'm not going to ever say anyone's critique of it is wrong. My issue is when it gets so negative that when you're just trying to go and you're trying to find like a base building video, or you're trying to find updates, or you're trying to find information on how to farm something better in the game, and everything is plastered about how the game is dead and the game sucks. It's like, I respect that. That's your opinion. Okay. But I'm here for something else, and I'm tired of hearing about it. The PvE content's awesome. Yeah, everybody agrees the PvE content's awesome until you get to Deep Desert. Yeah. We start, at the start, we can't go to the other server with same character, so I start fresh. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Complete side note. The guy in the vid looks like he's enjoying Wispy's Yap. I bet, honestly, like, if I sat down with Joel, like, he and I would have a lot of nerd conversations back and forth, quite frankly, man. I know of Conan. I know of Conan through Dune as, like, Conan Exiles. I know some of the IP of Conan. And when I mean IP, I mean, like, you know, the greater thing of Conan. But I don't know about it a lot. The only other, like, survival game I was ever really fully aware of before this was, like, elements of, like, Fallout 76, man. Like, it's not a genre I go into very, like, at all. There's no missions marked. There's no quests marked. Okay, interesting. Just exploration. Farm. That will tickle some people in terms of, like, some people will absolutely love that. There are a lot of people, especially if they come into this from, like, an MMO RPG background, they're not gonna like that. Fighting against huge bosses is not within Dune lore. Because the only thing that's massive is a sandworm, and you stay the fuck away from the sandworm. Now, having better dungeons, I'm not gonna disagree with you on, but having like a giant world boss out on the middle of Arrakis doesn't quite make sense lore-wise. And from a conversation I did have with one of the PR people on Twitter, because I prompted the idea of like, well, what if we got to name our own guild, like, ranks, like guild ranks, right? Like, you know, peon for like the person who just joins the guild. And the PR person said that they would have to run the idea by the IP holder. So I think when it comes to this, there's a lot they can't do because it's something they would have to get approved by the IP holder, who would probably say no. Right? We could write a sandworm. You can only write a sandworm under circumstances. Those circumstances being you're actually trained to write a sandworm and it's the rite of passage. So you would have to add in, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but you would have to add in a trial like how you did the other Fremen trials in the game, where you learn how to write a sandworm. And I think that is something they could do in the future. But you have to make it where you can't trivialize the worm. And what I mean by that is like, the worm doesn't become docile just because they can ride the sandworm. The sandworm is still like an, oh fuck, get out of the way of that thing. Unless you are able to pre-plan being able to jump on the sandworm to ride it, right? It doesn't make easy mode. So you have to, yeah. Sandwalking definitely should be in it first. The only reason why I'm like, I balance weird against sandwalking is just because, again, you don't want to trivialize the worm in gameplay, right? Now it could just be as like, you learn how to sandwalk and people are like, this shit's too slow, I'm gonna run anyways. And that's fine. But I would agree, sandwalking definitely needs to be introduced before sandworm riding, because just as like a Fremen, you learn how to do one before the other. So. One does not trivially ride a tiger. As in, the worm needs to accept you for now. So basically how it's kind of done in the books and the movie is they plant a thumper. Worm go to thumper because worm brain goes vibration. I don't like vibration. And as the sandworm is going through the large sand dune, you jump on its back, you put its hooks in a couple of its scales so you can turn the worm. And that's it. So I don't think there's necessarily the worm accept you on it or whatever. It's just kind of like driving the worm where you want it to go and then leaving it alone and getting off of it. Because the Fremen also worship the sandworm to a degree. It's like a religious figure to them, right? And so they're very respectful to the worm in that regard. But yes, I would definitely say sand walking and worm riding should be in the game at some point. I don't think it's something to put it in on launch. That is something that definitely should be done later in like a DLC, an expansion. Let's say an expansion, because they use their DLCs for different reasons. So we'll say expansions. Yeah, Living God. Yeah. Kitane. That was the name I was thinking of. The tyrant worm is Kitane. Oh, yeah. That was the third. Wow. Like fucking 5 hours later. First PvP Conan encounter. Saw a base. Was beloving it in Splash. A sword in my back from another player. First PvP Dune encounter. Saw an NPC. Shot it and it wasn't an NPC. Was a player. Engage fight. 5 seconds later I was fighting against 2 players. And since I was maxed out in trainings, after 2 minutes no one was dying. We stopped. Yeah, I've heard the, if you will, the life-death loop in PvP was horrendous. Because you can fight people for so long and then they have all the different balancing in terms of like the skills and then they can revive themselves. Yeah, I heard it was not good. Now to be fair, combat of Dune, the IP, is not something that's very engaging, right? In the terms of it is heavily made as a defensive mechanism because of how you have to slowly penetrate that shield with the blade. That's from the books, and that's from the lore, right? So you're having to try and make an engaging gameplay to incorporate that. And I think that's a little hard, although they're just overall the way they mechanically do things kind of sucks ass. It kind of sucks ass, I'm not gonna lie. But coming from like the lore standpoint, the PvP sword fight combat isn't always going to be as engaging as it will be in other games because of that mechanic of the slow blade penetrating the shield, right? You're not going to get a lot of quick stabs and all of that on someone who's got a Penta shield. And that was designed by purpose in the books. So, it's something that's kind of a shit gameplay mechanic, but it has a basis for it, but they could make it better mechanically in like gameplay. 100%. The two warriors fighting then get tired and departing as friends trope is 100% in line with the vibes of Conan. Got it. Trooper-built players are so hard to kill because they can fly around and it's hard to pin them down. Okay, I see. Interesting. Okay. See, I'm probably someone who's going to avoid PvP as much as possible, not just because I don't think it's done well. I'm not good at the combat of the game. I'm just flat out not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm much more cozier going around and farming mats and, you know, maybe being that person that's the scout for him, because I'm a sniper player. I like playing with a sniper rifle in most of the games that have shooters in it. That's just me on a personal level, right? I'm not much of a melee person in, like, 1v1s. My build was Swordmaster? Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to lean, like, Bene Gesserit Mentat is probably where I'm going to buy that. I just got to get further on those. That was on the docket today, and then the servers had to go down for maintenance. Mixed with Bene Gesserit Poison Resistance. Very nice. Very nice. It's funny, I can't stand the Bene Gesserits in lore, but their passives are so good in the game.
It's genuinely, like, very touching. People are, like, telling me their stories from the game, how they were playing with their friends, and X happened and Y happened, and they get these generated moments that you get from a sandbox, and telling me those stories, and then I can bring that back to my team in Oslo and, like, motivate them and be like, hey guys, like, people do actually love this game, so it's kind of cool.
See, I know, we're like 20 minutes, like 10, like fucking a minute 20 into this, and I keep pausing. That's telling right there that there's so much negativity about the game online that the devs think nobody likes their game. That's sad. That's sad. That's why I say the negativity about the game is too big, where it's gone past harsh but needed tough love critique to just if the dev team is starting to get demoralized, now we're having long-term problems. Was 180 180 trooper? Very nice, man. Congrats. No, I can believe that 100%. With the amount of hours people plugging in this game, I could believe it 100%. Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. Good energy.
That's nice. That's nice.
Like, and what I'm trying to get across also is like, I don't want to diminish people's critique or criticisms or negative experiences with the game. I'm just trying to balance things out in a way that's much more constructive. Right? That way, if for some god reason, like a dev comes across my stream and is watching it, I don't think it ever happened, but in case it happens, you know, they're getting a place where it's not just raging and getting the emotions out. It's like Vulcan in a way where it's, you know, these are the issues, but I understand where the dev team's coming from. So how can we find ways to make things better for the devs? And hopefully the devs listen, because I know that a lot of people feel like the devs aren't listening. So, would you like one too?
I was looking at some of the kind of stats around launch. So I was looking at, you know, the peak on Steam was around
190,000.
Were you guys happy with the numbers, with the performance and stuff?
Yeah, I think like yeah, I mean, very happy with how it launched and things, and you know, things slowed down over summer as they do. So yeah, hoping that like more people will get into the game. Like I still think there's a lot of people who haven't picked up the game who would love it. So yeah, I'm hoping to sell more, but like at the moment, I'm quite happy with how it went, and there's a lot of good buzz. Like we had, you know, very positive Steam rating. People were excited about what the game was, and I think it really hit like a vein with people. One of the main things for me is that it is a very true to Dune game, and that was one of my key goals as the creative director. I was like, we have to make a game that feels like Dune.
No, I think those Haga Basin does that perfectly, where it's a game that feels like Dune. It's just once you get out of Haga Basin, right? I do know they are looking into merging servers. I don't know about character transferring, if that's going to be a thing, but they did mention they're looking internally into merging servers. So mods, find a dev. Lost all my base, being honest. I'm going to start a new playthrough. We want to sell more. Well, no. If you're not going to have a microtransaction based thing and all of your money flushing into the game is going to be DLCs, an expansion that they mentioned next year, and then copies of the game, that is where they're going to have to look for, is selling the game to new people. That's just how it is. After 4 months, you don't say, I think a lot of people didn't find the game. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. When your peak is only maybe close to 200,000 players, out of all the people in the world who play video games, there are a lot of people who haven't heard about the game, or they're waiting for some other thing to try the game, like the game being free to try, or they're waiting for it to go on discount sale. Yeah, you can say that. From a business point of view, you absolutely can say it. 100% you can say it. Trust me, there are people who, like, okay, my big gacha game is Nikke. Do you know how many people in the gacha market have not heard of Nikke? Even though it is one of the biggest money-making gacha games. Like, when you look at the stats, there are people who have not heard about Nikke. It's a big, Dune is a big IP, but that doesn't mean people know there's a Dune game out about it. Right? I'm pretty sure that you can find somebody who didn't know there was a Dune game coming out, because people listen to, they stay in their sphere of reference, right? I heard about this because I'm a Dune fan, not because I'm a survival fan, not because I've played FunCon games, right? So I went, there's a Dune game, because I watched the Dune IP like a friggin' crazy hawk, right? But their biggest push for the game was probably how big it was on Twitch. But when you look at how Twitch is poorly performing compared to other platform growth, that's also not a good thing. Yeah, they're probably waiting for more content to drop in the game. They're probably waiting for the game to come down in price, like on a sale, or they're not quite sure what a survival game is, or it was, oh, hey, that game's coming out, and then they forget about it because Battlefield 6 is dropping, right? There's plenty of reasons why someone has not heard about a game or not played a game. You're what I used to be for Star Wars, yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can be honest as you want. If I disagree, that doesn't mean I think you're stupid. Where I'm coming from is I've been in business and I've been a manager. I've been to some degree of marketing. Like, I know where he's coming from the business perspective of a video game. What do you mean by finish? As in they're not going to be, as in they're going to stop development for the game, period? Because a lot of people, if you ask them, they would probably say the game is finished already because there's nothing to do in it. There's no real end when it comes to a live service game. That's the problem. It just stops. They just stop development on it and you kind of hope that the servers stay open. Unless for some reason you're like Final Fantasy XIV, where your main thing is your story. But even then, for Dune Awakening, they could cap off the story of what Dune Awakening is and probably still have the game mechanics keep going, right? There's not... So, okay. When you're developing a game, you will quite often reuse animations to save time in game development. That's it. That's just how that is. Like, you can see that in, like, pretty much any game that another studio makes. Like, if you go and you watch how Control works, you can see how they just pulled the animations out of Quantum Break for a lot of things. But they already had said that Dune launched in... They launched Dune in the state that they could launch it in. Which means they were getting pressure from somewhere else to launch the game, is what that's basically code for. So, saying it's unfinished, I'm not disagreeing. But there was obviously the reason, the business reason for it, but now they're reaping the repercussions of said push decision, right? It is what it is. Well, they have more, it's more like they have 20k players on stream, but yeah. No. It's not that they shouldn't. If people are enjoying the game and playing the game, they're going to keep playing it. Just because you're not having the same enjoyment as someone else doesn't mean the game doesn't deserve people playing it. Didn't Starfield turn itself around? No, I'm thinking of No Man's Sky, right? No Man's Sky is the one that turned itself around, right? Yeah, No Man's Sky is the one that turned itself around. That and Helldivers is the proof a dev studio can turn a game around. I don't think they lied anything. I don't think the Dune team has really lied about anything. As someone who has sat there and watched the dev streams, I think a lot of it with the Dune team was they stated one thing in the press and then they explained it different in the dev cycle, which, you know, obviously they need to improve on that. But in terms of what they're saying, what the game is shipping with and all of this, it's been accurate. The only thing that was wrong is how they wanted Deep Desert to be and how the players played Deep Desert, and so then it broke down. Because the systems they wanted to have for Deep Desert weren't in place robust enough for it. So players started playing Deep Desert a different way. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. You're forgetting that CD Projekt Red, when they launched Cyberpunk, everybody fucking hated that game and its guts because it was an unfinished mess. They turned it around. That's a joke generally says and with Bethesda. Okay, well, I don't know the Bethesda thing, so you'd have to explain that a bit more, to be fair. No Man's Sky went from kill it to arguably the greatest turnaround ever. Yeah, that's why I say, like, between them and Helldivers, it's proof that a dev team can buckle down and turn things around. And even CD Projekt Red with what they did with Cyberpunk. Although I know there are still people who will not play Cyberpunk because of how bad launch was, and they won't give it another chance. I have seen that. Me, I don't have a, like, horse either way in the race. Still only half of what the devs for CP77 are in the game without mods. Ooh. So, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you're saying, Semp. But what I will say is everything is subjective to your opinion. This is how you feel. This is your opinion. And that's fine. But you can't judge everybody else's experience with that by yours, right? So that's all. While you're enjoying the hell out of Cyberpunk, right? I know there's like tons of people who will never touch the game. Like there will people who are in my community who, if I play Cyberpunk, they will not actually come to my stream, right? So it doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter your physical age. Let me tell you, I know plenty of people that are in their 40s or 50s that are not, that like think like they're fucking 20 and they're still out of high school and they're still playing high school drama games. Like, okay, your age typically does not matter to these things, right? You are good. Okay. Everybody laughs because they know it's true. Like, I get heated and yelling at gameplay, and most of the time it's because I'm frustrated at myself playing gameplay. But when I'm looking at something like this, I can be very objective about it. I've been a manager. I've been a lead. I've been in charge of marketing. I've been in charge of budgets. Like, I can understand where they're coming from as a devs, not only a dev team making a game, but also the business side of it, but also understand where the player comes from. So I look at it at all of these angles. My uncle, when I was growing up, gave me one of the best advice things of my life, which is a relationship is always two ways, right? So I apply that to everything. It's like, I try to look at both sides of the issue, right? Not just the one side. So that's where I come from in my analysis of things when I'm not gamer raging, and I can gamer rage pretty well. I just try not to on stream because I know gaming raging isn't fun. Unless you're someone who can make it entertaining. I'm not someone who can make it entertaining. I'm just emotional because I'm a woman.
the IP in a way and make whatever game. We need to make it a Dune game, and people really seem to believe that it worked, and I feel it myself. So yeah, very happy with that feedback.
Awesome. Over the years, like, could you kind of like calcify your idea of what makes a Dune game and what makes it feel true to the world, and what are the components like?
Yeah, I think it's understanding the themes that Frank Herbert was
Will someone give me the quick TLDR about Starfield, as I apparently don't know anything about it. What happened?
A lot of it was research in the books. Like, the movies obviously helped because they did a lot of the visual work of like creating a setting that people would understand and see.
That's a nice way of saying it's the Legendary's license we're working off of.
So I think like the example that I like to use is like,
that's a nice way of saying
they have a shield system too, and their shield system is not the way that shields work in Dune. And it
Feels
would have
empty,
been
feels like
easy
a
for
chore.
us to
Starfield
just
or
make a
Dune?
Halo shield
Or both?
system and call it the end of the day. But no, we actually made the shields work like they do in the Dune universe. Make them, slow blade penetrate, make all that stuff actually work. And it was mechanically quite difficult to get right.
Oh, really?
Functionally, I think it serves the purpose of creating a Dune IP.
I will say, you see how smooth that combat was? It don't feel like that in the game. Now, maybe it's because I don't play with a sword yet. Maybe that's why. But it don't feel this smooth when I'm playing it.
It's getting all those details right that are there in the books, yeah.
And those are the kind of
Starfield
things
was
that
very
I
empty.
imagine mega fans
The game
of
Todd
the
Howard
game,
always
so
wanted
now
to
thanking
make
you
didn't
for
improve
doing it,
over
right? It
Fallout
must be
4.
nice.
Yeah, it is cool. It's fun to like talk with people who really love Dune and have them notice details that like nobody in the general public would notice, right? People
Random
who,
counter.
maybe people read the book once, but people who've read the book 50
Most
times will
modders
notice
say it's
something,
not worth
and they'll
fixing.
be like, oh, like you actually have a
Yikes.
reference to that in there, and I'm yeah, we've read the books 50 times in the last few years.
Well,
so, yeah.
so the reason why I'm asking about Starfield is not because I'm ever going to touch it and try playing it, but because I was getting it confused with another property. I want the information to separate the two properties, right? That's why I'm asking for the info. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry you pre-ordered Starfield because you were excited for it. I'm sorry that it was such a letdown that you feel like you wasted your money on it. That sucks. That sucks 100%. I've had games like that before. I understand it. There's not a whole lot for the modders to work off of. Ooh.
We put stuff
Ouch.
It would take me 50 years to read one of the books. I read so slowly. I think, like, obviously, a very positive thing is that you know tens of thousands of people still logging on. And
Me and my
playing
childhood game, Moto
concurrent
Racer.
right now,
Moto
like,
Racer. My childhood
around
game was
20K
Tomb
or
Raider.
something like that.
Yeah.
How glad are you to have?
Oh, you
that?
got
Like,
it
was
free.
there a
Nice.
version of events where, if the player count
Unplayable?
got to a certain level,
Aw.
we'd have to think about moving on to something else, or were you always like locked in to keep?
I think our game is not a like we don't rely on old players. We rely on new players in a way. So it's
Okay, so
actually
let me
selling
back
new
up and
copies
hear
of
what the guy's question was again. Hold on.
And like, was there a version of events where, if the player count got to a certain level, we'd have to think about moving on to something else, or were you always like locked in to keep?
I think our game
Okay.
is not a like we don't rely on old players. We rely on new players in a way. So it's actually selling new copies of the game because the game's $50. There's no subscription. There's no monetization apart from like we're going to launch a DLC, but like we're not charging people to play the game on an ongoing thing. So those players who are still logging in and playing are just playing because they enjoy the game, and we're not asking them for money right now, right? So I think from the business perspective, our actual biggest goal is that lots more people come and enjoy the game. So we're trying to like make sure that people are aware.
Okay.
Try the game.
Okay. No. Let me explain, okay? He may not be saying this the best way. But effectively what he's trying to do is he's trying to explain the business model difference between what they're doing with Dune and what they're doing with like Final Fantasy XIV, where Final Fantasy XIV, you buy the game, you buy the expansions, then you have the microtransactions, and you have to pay for the game monthly. So there's a constant revenue from the game always going to the game, right? From either people paying the $15 a month to the people buying the expansions, to new people buying the game and the new expansions, or people dropping an obscene amount of money on the cash shop. Oh my God. Whereas in Dune, they're not, they are reliant on new people coming into the game to buy the game and buy the DLCs. So it's a completely different business model. So yes, you should want to make it where your oldest players are still playing the game. But outside of buying new DLC and new expansion packs, your older players do not generate the revenue for the game. The newer players do because they're the ones purchasing the new copies of the game. And, or if you like, I guess, gift the game, right? So that's where he's coming from with this. That's what he's saying. It is a business. It is a business. Gaming is a business. Because the only way you get a game is if people give you money to make money back on it. It's the same as movies. Entertainment exists for them to make money off of from you enjoying the entertainment. Right? So, like I said, he may not be wording this the best, but they're not talking about what's going to keep the game going and living, in quotation marks, is the congruent player base of 100,000 people all the time. It's going to be new people buying the game and buying the new content. So, hey, Primal, what's up? How you doing, brother? Welcome in. So, that's where their money is going to be coming from. You still should be making your old-time players happy because they are going to hopefully drive new people to your game. But if you're not going to have a microtransaction model, once people have bought the game and the DLCs, unless they're gifting the game to someone else, you've already made the money off of them you're going to. How's WoW going? Are you looking forward to the house building and all the new stuff coming out with it? The current players are the advertising to get new players, which is the money source. Exactly, yeah. Like I said, he may not have explained that best, but I think he's, like, the person he's having the conversation with is someone who already knows the context of how the business models work versus how players are going to receive that. So, looking forward to the houses. Ooh! I really hope it goes well for you guys and that it ends up as a robust kind of thing like housing was in 14. Because I think that would be really good. I've heard somebody say it was 13, but I was given a deluxe key from the mods through being a content creator, and then I paid the extra 40 to bump it up to the Uber version of the game. So I didn't pay for the DLC, so I don't know how much it is individually. But no, I see where he's coming from. I don't think for people who aren't knowing how business works in terms of business, it's not worded in a way where people are going to take it as, oh, I as the old-time player can get fucked then. Like, that's not what they're saying. But because the connotation of how business works isn't translated well, that's how it's going to come off.
I haven't tried it. I think
yeah, Phantom Liberty was an expansion pack, not a
trial.
DLC. There's a difference.
A free 10-hour trial of the game very soon, so people can jump in and play. So
especially because one's a live service game and the other one's not a live service game.
Like the CCU isn't as important to the business model of the game. However, it's nice if people keep playing the game because there's a political end game. You know, we want people to be bouncing off each other. We want the Atreides and Harkonnen to have their conflict and. You know,
which is where they need to build the systems better for the faction warfare. 100% they do.
For any game launching in this day and age is how do you reach people and how do you maybe pull people away from other games that they are very like
good question
locked into the behavior of playing. What are like some of the things you've found to be like successful ways of doing that?
Yeah, I mean, at least for us, I think it's just you entice people with a new vision of a world, something that hasn't been done in this way before. Like I think Dune itself is a very interesting. You know, it's kind of like, there aren't a lot of games that have the tension of the sandworm. There aren't a lot of games that do the mechanics that we do in survival. Like,
yeah,
survival.
So where the difference with an expansion and a DLC is an expansion adds an extreme amount of content to the game that usually will change how the game is played. If it's for a single player game, sometimes you can play it separate from the base game. Like, it's its own thing, right? But when it comes to a live service game, it typically adds a ton new content and usually updates the battle systems and all of that, but you still need the base game to play it, right? So an expansion is different from a DLC, and both are going to be different depending on the type of game you're playing. Aw, Primal, thank you for the sub. Mwah, 1-1, thank you. The reason why I say it's a live service game is just because you need the servers to be able to play the game in live time with other people. It's not just like it's not just a game that you can play with local co-op. It's an MMO survival game. That's how they bill it. That's why I call it an MMO. It's not an MMO RPG or an MMO FPS like Destiny. They bill it as an MMO survival game, so that's how I'm going to be phrasing it, okay? But no, it's not just a you play, you're done. That is how it's acting at the moment because people aren't liking how the Deep Desert works because there's been a... Players want one thing, devs want another. Understandable. It is how it is. There's been a breakdown between the two, so now they got to redo it. But the concept is you are going to be logging in, you're going to be engaging in the end game when the end game exists, and being an active role in what's going on with your servers. Therefore, that's a live game. It's not just a single-player game. If it was a single-player game, none of that shit would matter, and you could go in and pick whatever Landsrad stuff you wanted and give it to a... It would work much more like faction reps from World of Warcraft, or how faction reps used to work in 14, where you do an entire quest grind with them and you get your shit at the end and you move on. I ran into like 5 people on my server tonight, which I've never run into before. The problem is they really condensed. They said it was 32 people per siege, right? I think they should have made less sieges and put more people in the sieges. That would have been how I would have gone about it. They obviously chose to do something different. So it's one of those, they have too many things and not enough occupants. So they need to condense it down to make them feel like there's more people. But also on the flip side, you're not going to see a lot of people running around on the surface of Arrakis outside the cities lore-wise. You're just not. So, you know, you have to give away from the lore a bit for the gameplay in that regard. Release the wispy cut. I don't know. I don't think people want the game that Joel wants. Because... he had a vision for it, and people said, I don't want Deep Desert to work like that. So then they tried to bandage it and made it worse. So now they're revamping the whole thing, right? Because obviously the way they wanted Endgame to work didn't pan out, either due to players not wanting to play it that way, which there was a lot of that discourse going back and forth, or the systems weren't robust. It's both. The systems were not robust enough for a faction Endgame war, which... they tried to make it, but it's not really there because the rewards aren't great. How you go about playing the Landsrad isn't great, right? Okay. This is stuff I have seen people say ad repeatum, okay? Right? I am just telling you what I am hearing the community say, right? So don't shoot me for this, okay? They are talking about doing siege merges, yeah. They're looking into doing that long term or recently or like whenever. They're internally talking about it. They mentioned it on the last dev stream that they're internally talking about it. I don't know why they made so many sieges. Maybe they weren't sure how server load was going to be, so they thought make more and spread them out more, and now that they have more info, they can condense it. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know the technical side. That would just be my guess. Actually ran past someone in Arrakeen today that wasn't in my guild, and I was actually shocked. I'm like, oh my god, people come to this to the main cities because there's no real reason to go to the main cities either, right? Yeah. Is there even an endgame conflict that makes the conflict more common? Not that I'm aware of system-wise. Story-wise, yes, but it's not reflected necessarily in systematic gameplay, right? Because the Deep Desert's free-for-all open, right? You can hit anyone on either side. It doesn't matter your faction. So then the faction gameplay kind of goes right out the window and is a little pointless. So they need to decide if they want to keep the Deep Desert as free-for-all open, like it would be in Dune lore, or if they want to go faction. I think for gaming reasons, the lore should take a little bit of a backseat and it should be on the faction more. Especially because they build that up so much in the background of the main story to the point like you pick a house, right? You know, so you need to build on that faction back and forth. You need to give the players better incentives, and you need a better way to interact with the Landsrad houses. Because I know there's a big problem where a lot of people can just stockpile stuff and bribe the house and then clear the board in like the first couple days, right? So that there's not so much that going back and forth. So if you wanted to keep it time gated to go throughout the whole week, you'd have to get rid of the bribe system. Now, you could bribe them instead to get the personal rewards. I would say, like, if you walked up to a house rep and you're like, brother, here's 500 spice melange. I want, like, not only the swatches for all my armor pieces, including my still suit, I want the customizable armor too. And, like, the gear. And, like, oh yeah, I want to be able to make my bikes and stuff look cooler too. Right? If you made the bribe system more like that, then there's more of that direct player one, but it's not going to affect the greater lands rad. Right? But you just need more rewards, right? It's like, why does a house have a swatch just for one type of armor as opposed to a swatch for all of the armor? Like, wait, what? Okay, that's a little weird, right? My main city on my siege is fucking dead. Arrakeen and Harko are always dead. You might see maybe one or two people at the auction things, but usually the only people that are there are the NPCs. And that's my direct now maybe it's different on other servers 100%, but like in my experience, I'm like, holy shit, there's a player that's not in my guild in Arrakeen, because most of the people on my server are in the deep desert. So I'll see them talk in general chat, or it's called it's not called proximity, whatever the other one, however they phrase it in this game. They'll be like, hey man, I'll be right back. I gotta go to Arrakeen or Harko and do something. And then they come back like an hour later and they're talking back in like Haga Basin chat, right? So coming from like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14, ain't no reason to stay in these cities. There's nothing socially going on in these cities to make people sit there and park in a city for like 10 hours yapping in a Discord call while their characters sit and look really cool inside the bar, right? That's the social background that people are going to be coming from, especially role players. People want Dune Jihad. Game does not set up Jihad. Because they're not doing Paul, because Paul doesn't exist in the timeline. Paul is kicked down to the next generation where he should be. The Jihad is going to be in another generation, guys. That's just how it is.
Games everywhere where you chop down trees.
I'm not going to sit here and argue about the terminology of the MMOs.
Using a Jew harvester to suck water off plants. And so I think offering that uniqueness to get people to notice you, it's all about sort of marketing and making word of mouth and people reaching out. I think the challenge of pulling people away from other games is if they're heavily invested, that's why it's a $50 entry fee and you can play the game as much as you want. That's the barrier to entry, right? And so I think that's kind of the goal. It's like, don't have microtransactions, don't have a subscription, make it easy for people to play the game and just enjoy it. And then if they want to leave and go back to like, you know, whatever they play, like, because there's a lot of these games that I kind of call them the Premier League of games. There's this top league of games, and it's very hard to break into that top league, right? And people just play those games over and over, and they're live services that are very successful. If people want to leave Dune and go back to them, and then come back when we do updates and DLCs, I mean, that's fine by me. I think that's actually a very healthy way to play games.
Nice.
Okay, so he's got the Yoshi P approach then. That's how Yoshi P views. So for those who don't know, Yoshi P is the lead dev guy of Final Fantasy 14. That's how he sees it as well. It's as if you want to come in and just do the new content and the new stuff in the new game and do it, and you want to go back to your main game that you plug like 4,000 hours into, feel free. The game will be here for you when you do that. That's fine. 14 is getting a bit of a kickback for that, though, because they have gone too far into that direction of just come back when you want. And so now it's making some of the game suffer. So there is a detriment to that mindset. There is. But this also tells you the dev team is aware this game will not sit here at like 80,000 congruent players because of the type of game it is. They're trying to be more realistic to what they think is going to be the term, like the long term of the game. This interview is done with someone who is in the business side of gaming, not the player side of gaming. This is like a dev to business interview, right? So how they're going to talk and how they're seeing the game is much different from how a player is going to see it. So you guys need to keep that in mind.
Tell me about the
Your base won't be there, no, but there are ways to keep your main core resources so that you can at least go in and build like a quick base. And if you just want to go redo all the story stuff, you know, I'm still for base decay, quite honestly, because if you have someone who did the game at launch, they did everything they want to do in the game, they don't ever want to come back to the game, and then someone can't build there because that person hasn't played in 4 years, I'm fine with base decay. Like, I have no problem with it. It sucks seeing it in game and you're like, damn, like that big huge base next to where our guild base is, and you're just seeing that thing crumble and you're like, that is so upsetting when you think about the time that went into that. But then you also have to remember, you know, the next person who comes into the game, if everything's taken by all these bases for people who don't play anymore, where are they going to put their base, right?
new DLC, what's kind of the vision for it? What are you kind of
I would
hoping
agree they
that
need
it
more
is?
storage. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so
No, that's fair
Chapter
to
2
say.
is what
They
we
need
call
more
the
storage. That's fair to
update,
say,
and
yeah.
Chapter 2 has 2 parts. It's a free update. It includes like
Hi,
the main
Jazz, how
story
you doing?
continues, so the main narrative of the game sort of ends on a cliffhanger, and then Chapter 2 starts to continue that story, and I kind of see it like chapters in a book or episodes of a TV show. So every chapter we're going to continue the main story. That'll always be free. And then there's like new missions, new random dynamic events. There's a big event that will run in the
Dynamic
game for a
events,
few
that's what
weeks.
he's calling. I do hope
And then
that
there's
makes
this
the world
paid
feel
DLC,
more
which
lived
is
in.
like it's like a new quest line with a series of dungeons that players.
Okay, so, well, because if they done delete your stuff, bye-bye. Like, think of it this way. If, let's say, in a hypothetical, Dune has been around 5 years, and it's got a healthy player base that's consistently playing the game, right? And you pick up the game because it was something you enjoyed, or you recently saw the movies, and you want to play a game based off the movies, and you go in and you want to build your first big mega base, and you can't because all of these other bases that are powered down and have been for God knows how long, and you don't have the room to put your base in, right? That's why I'm fine with base decay with how they've built the game. If they did it more like Osa was explaining, like how 76 works, where things are like instanced, that would be entirely different, right? But yeah, well, they do. They have a Solido. They have Solidos. And so as long as you have the mats, you can rebuild the base, right? So then the question is, where do you put the mats to build the base? And that's fair to say. That's a fair thing. So that's where they would need the bigger storage, right? I'd agree with you with that, yeah. I'd feel like they need to make a mechanic in the game where if you're going to be gone long term, you can save the stuff your base needs and all of that resource-wise, not just design-wise. I think that would be fair, yeah. That way, especially like, let's say you're going on a trip for like 2 months. Right? You're going to go traveling for 2 months. You won't be able to access the game, right? And you don't got a friend that can come in and log in on the game for you and keep it going and stuff, right? Yeah, because as it works right now, okay, you need it where like you would have the mats on hand, right? You need it in either your Thopter or your buggy, right? Because it pulls it from its inventory, right? I haven't done the Solido base yet myself yet. Yeah, so that's why, like, let's say if there was like an NPC in Arrakeen or Harko they added where you could go in and store the mats you would need for your base to rebuild it. The only thing where that gets dicey is if you come back after 3 months, you got to rebuild your base, and you can't find a spot where that will be able to hold your entire base design. Because, like, let's say it's an advanced sub-thief with, like, 5 stakes, right? Then that's where things are going to get a little dicey, I think, in being able, in the player experience, right? So they would have to kind of find some way to make that work. Like, maybe players would have to start with just what their sub-thief is versus their stakes, maybe? So you have 5 spice gens and 2 refineries and spice refineries. So like the first thing I make after I set down my advanced update is to make an aluminum box. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Well, where I'm coming from is like, how would we technically implement this idea and make it room for people who are actively playing the game? That's the thought experiment I'm bringing up. Because if you have all of the stuff to make your base, you have all the mats, you have like your 10,000 or whatever you need blawstone, and you have all the stuff to make your refineries, or you can keep the machines fully built inside the vault storage, right? Like, let's say you could keep your machines, and so all you would need to do is physically remake the base, or you at least have the components to, like, in terms of granite or plowstone to make the base, right? Where I look at it is the next step is we're doing a thought experiment, chat. Okay, keep up. We're doing a thought experiment, okay? So if you do this system and you have someone who's got a Solido and you got all of this stuff, they go to put down their base and they can't put their base down because their base is like 5 stakes and a advanced sub thief. Now what does the player do? Right? So we're now in a situation where we're having to look at what is the best system to make it where people can still have their design and all their mats they need. Cries, right? And yeah, they do want you to regrind because they want you to be active in plugging the hours back into the game. That is what it is. That's why I would say, okay, so maybe what if you're going to long-term hiatus from the game, and I'm talking like months, right? Not just a couple weeks because you want to skip the tax cycle. I mean like 2+ months here, right? Maybe you get to keep your advanced sub-thief idea, and you also get to keep all of your machines fully built in storage, right? That way, all you have to do is redo the mats to make the stakes and to remake your base a different size. I would think that would be a decent compromise because then people aren't going to lose the hours they put into building their very high-end machines, right? But also make it so that if a new person comes in, they're able to build a base, right? Because that's just kind of what it has to be, is you have to also think about the players fluxing into the game and what they're going to have access to in terms of physical land space because they have not instanced housing. If they instance housing, then none of this would be a problem. They need more real estate for new players. Then they would need new maps. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That is just the next step because you can't, for example, Haga Basin's pretty set in its layout. You can't really change how Haga Basin is at, right? So then you need a new map, right? But then you have to decide how are people going to flow from that map into Haga Basin if Haga Basin is the start of your story. You know, maybe as they add more spots in the game, the senior players will move on to them and leave Hagas for new players. I could also see that. Like, if, for example, when we go to the polar ice caps, if you can build in the polar ice cap area, I don't know if you can or can't, but for the hypothetical, if you can, maybe people would move their big guild base up over there that are endgame people because they want all the newer resources, and that frees up area for the newer people, right? That's a thought too. But the problem is if we go with that particular idea specifically with that expansion, that's like next year. Right? So that doesn't solve the issue of people feeling like they're losing their hours in this game. But on the other hand, they were full 100% honest with people in all the dev streams and everything I ever saw about how the base decay works and how the taxes work and how you have to keep it up and going if you want the base to stay there. They did not hide that fact. Okay, so that is not on the dev team. Outside of making their system that way, and they made the system that way, it seems like, so that new people can come into the game for people who leave the game. So, you know, you're going to have to, on one hand, understand where they're coming from. And kind of, not maybe even you don't respect it, just understand where they're coming from with that regard on it. But on the other hand, they do need a system, I think, in the game for people who want to come back after a long hiatus, more than just having their base image blueprint there, right? That's why I say at least make it where they can store their large, like their spice refineries or their spice power gens or something like that, right? The big stuff that takes a long time to really remake, make it so that they can keep those in a storage like an Arrakeen or Harco. Like, I don't think that would be that hard to ask for. Because then at least it's saving players who are coming back some kind of time for some way.
Can do, and all of the rewards are cosmetic, and you also unlock a new vehicle, which you can see on the screen over here. So yeah, it's kind of yeah, that's kind of what the DLC entails, and we've been very careful to make sure that like there's nothing in the DLC that gives players power or advantage over players who don't buy it. And if you buy the DLC and you play with a friend, you can give them the vehicle from the DLC. You don't have to they don't have to buy it if they don't have money or whatever. So again, trying to be a bit generous to people.
That's nice, because yeah, that encourages then, like, it doesn't discourage, people.
I do think though, only having this new set as 4 pieces is stupid as hell. That's a big, huge letdown. That's stupid.
Really nice move.
Yep.
I saw you guys have got. Is it next year aiming for console release? Is that right?
Yeah, probably next year sometime we're gonna launch on Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah.
No.
That'll probably add a decent amount of people into the game
too.
too.
Novice, like how complicated is it to take a game that runs on PC and to make sure it
That's a good question.
runs properly on console?
Yeah, so I mean, I've done it we did it with Conan Exiles, and it took about a year, and it was or a year and a half nearly. It's quite complex. It depends. So with Dune, we were a bit smarter. So we designed the game to work on controllers from day one. So we didn't have to do all this conversion of trying to fit all the keys onto a controller. So we were smart.
I mean,
enough to do
there's that at
We
least. At
developed
least
a
they
lot
did
of our
that,
UI
right?
with the idea of controllers in mind. There's that level, and then there's the technical level of just trying to fit the game into the memory of a console. PC hardware is like you've got the very high end, and then we have very low minimum specs as well. I think a 1070 can run our game.
wow.
I think that's the lowest. So it's not that the graphics won't run. It's actually just the memory space of the consoles that tends to be the limiting factor. And so there's a lot of optimization you do there in the way assets are loaded. And to be honest, I'm not a coder either, right? But there is a teams that work on it, and I sort of read their reports, and they're always just trying to find ways to optimize to get the assets to load more fast into memory, have shaders be more optimized for those platforms. So it's a fair chunk of work. We usually allow about a year, just because we're pretty, let's say, cynical about it. It takes a while, and then each platform holder, Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo,
It's not just to serve their model of new players, it's to serve engagement. That's why the whole tax system exists, because it's there to incentivize and or force, depending on how you want to look at it, you to log in and keep your base going. And you can thank the gaming industry, period, for feeling like people always have to be engaged in every single game, always, right? Because that's how the industry is. I'm not saying it's good. That's just the fact of the matter, right? So because bases are not instanced, they went with this idea instead. This is how they're trying to, do engagement in their game. And obviously a lot of people don't like it. Lore-wise, yeah, the Emperor would make you pay a fucking tax. That's lore-wise, that's just how it would be. So it's one of those things where the lore supports it, the business model, the industry in terms of business wants that, and so the player feels like they are being forced to play into a game to keep their stuff they don't want. It is not a new complaint I've heard, because it is the same complaint in Final Fantasy XIV. But with Final Fantasy XIV, as opposed to just logging in for a day and powering all your shit up, you have to pay Square Enix $15 a month to keep your sub up, to keep your house. So in that regard, logging in, playing for a couple hours to power up your base for another 21 days is nowhere near as bad as having to pay a real life company to keep your base going or your house going, in my opinion. It still sucks, though, again, that there's not a system so that if you want to take an extended break from the game, you can save a good portion of your stuff and still not have the base physically be there for if a new person comes in.
doing that.
Yeah.
They all have different requirements for
I would much rather have to log in and farm for 6 hours to keep my base going for another 21 days than have to find an IRL budget to pay for a sub for a house. Just 100%. Like, I would rather do it in-game time and currency than trying to make it work if I'm having tight bills in month in IRL, right? I mean, both aren't optimal, don't get me wrong, right? If it was a system like 76, like Fallout 76 that Oso's described to me, where you have an instant space, then we wouldn't even be having the fucking discussion. And I think that's how they're doing player housing in World of Warcraft, isn't it, right? The player housing is going to be instanced, so you're not going to lose your house, right? So again, maybe they should have done that. But then, you know, then the area isn't going to feel lived in at all and barren, and then people are going to be like, there ain't no one playing this game because there's no bases around.
Like functions, if someone pushes the power button on the console when you're in the middle of a game, what happens?
All
if,
directionals is
if
30 days.
Pushes the Xbox button, what happens, right? And you, there's a,
but
you just have to
that's
code.
the power, right? But it's every 21 days for the tax. Well, you have to pay the taxes weekly. So you have to log in weekly to pay the taxes anyways, right? So you can have the base powered for 21 days, for 30 days if we use this. But then you have to log in once a week and pay your taxes. That is definitely annoying. Don't get me wrong. 100% annoying. I would rather, though, take the, like, time out of my day to do that than have to worry about, fuck, how am I gonna, like, afford to buy, you know, X amount of thing for grocery or pay for my Final Fantasy 14 sub to keep my fake house when I don't own a real house IRL, right? Sort of disappointed Spice Generation only adds 1 day to the max every 2 weeks for... Oh, it's 2 weeks for taxes. Okay. I stand corrected. Okay, gotcha. I don't know why I was thinking weekly. Probably because I check weekly if the taxes were paid. So, I'm like, okay, it's Monday. Do we owe taxes? Gaming companies are not phone companies, but they think they are. No, game companies are there to make money for the people who built the company and who invest in it. All businesses and all companies are there to make money. They just have the added bonus of they make entertainment.
A solution for every platform. So, and because we use Unreal, some of those things are built in, but not all. So you have to do the work.
I wish they would fix it where the textures don't pop in and out of characters all the time, especially going into a city. That would be nice.
Or continue optimizing that with the same stuff? Or does it not really
depends
work like that?
what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like because like the consoles run AMD graphics chips, right? So it might be that you get some good optimization
I didn't know
with
that.
AMD, but it won't help the
I learned
NVIDIA
something
stuff,
today.
So it just depends on the.
Actually, I've learned a lot from this
on what you're
conversation in
doing,
terms of
right?
how the
So-
consoles work.
Awesome. I think it sounds really cool. One thing I was wondering is, like, my assumption is that the next Timothée Chalamet film is quite a few years away still. Is that something you guys are like aiming for?
No,
in
it's
your mind?
not.
Like,
It's
you're
like
thinking
next year,
when the film
bro.
comes out, we want to have something to drop
What?
for that, or like is that like a?
Here's on
Yeah,
crack.
I mean, I think when we, I mean, we obviously have a pretty close relationship with Legendary, right? So we'll keep updating the game, and when we know when that film is coming, we will definitely try to make some noise about the game at the same time and get something.
Well,
working.
yeah, that's
So,
just obvious
yeah, I
because
mean,
if you push the game the same time the movie's being pushed, then the IP itself is being pushed, and the people who own the IP are very happy campers.
it's always in our minds. That's why I see Dune as well. Like the game itself, we launched this year, but there's a new movie coming.
Yeah.
And at that point, there'll be a lot of buzz around Dune. So I want the game to be thriving and continuing, and so that when that point comes, there's another peak, right? And we get more players in, new players, and just keep going, right?
Which is why
I
they
feel
definitely
like-
need to
I feel
fix
like people
stuff
are
that
still
they have going
discovering
on with
books
it.
As well, I've got a friend who's been reading them on holiday and is like, cracked the spine on one. And he's so happy that he's got that far. Like,
nice.
But I think it all sounds really exciting. Is there anything you can kind of tease about the story of the update? Is it kind of so it picks up from a
See,
cliffhanger?
I'm gonna say this. Having a consistent daily login of 20,000 really isn't that bad. When you see how competitive the gaming market is, it could be doing a lot better. There would be a lot of stuff if they fixed it in Dune. That number would be even better and look even better for investors. 100%. I'm not going to argue and disagree with you guys on that. But having like a consistent 20 every day and then peaking on Sunday, obviously being the highest day, is not that bad. Objectively, like with numbers. Now, in terms of like players, so you're looking around, you're like, damn, man, I have no more neighbors. Ain't nobody playing this game, because that's how it feels, right? But honestly, a peak is a peak. You're never going to consistently keep a peak, right? Now, I definitely wish it was more like 40,000. Don't get me wrong. I want them to fix the game. I want them to make it better. But business-wise, it sounds like they're feeling at the moment that 20,000 is a good consistent number. I hope they do things to fix the game more that people will be happy with, that make that number go up, because higher numbers up is always good for everybody else. But I'm guessing it's within the realms of what their expectations are, it sounds like. They also probably will never admit if, when the shit hits real dire, right? It's like, when Azure Lane will finally hit dire things because they break the glass and bring out Iowa and or, oh god, the other ship, whose name I can't remember, the Japanese ship. Yamato, that one. That'll be the break glass moment, right? Oh shit, game is dying. But, like I said, yeah, the coral reef, exactly, yes. They need to do a lot of things to fix the game. I really wish that endgame was coming out, that endgame revamp was coming out sooner. I really do. Because that is the one consistent complaint everybody has, is how the deep desert functions. So I really wish they would bump that up in the development cycle and push that out first. But for whatever reason, they're doing it another way. I don't know. My guess is because they've already allocated and they're already in development into all the other things post-launch that they were planning. And so now that they've got to revamp the deep desert, they have to finish their other things on their plate before they can do that. Just project managing wise, that's my guess. Like, just knowing how project managing works. It just sucks as a player. 100% it sucks as a player. Because you're stuck with an endgame that fucking blows, But this is where the reality of a dev cycle, when players aren't happy with what is presented to them, the realities of, well, the dev team now has to reallocate and redo things to try and meet that expectation and change it, right? This is just, as I see it, as someone who's like been in customer service and someone who has been up the managerial train, like, I'm like, yeah, this is one of those, like, this is gonna fucking suck for a while. Because you have such an outcry, understandably, of one side. And that one side wants things immediately and now. But you're looking at how you've allocated your budget. You're looking at how you've allocated man hours. You're looking at things you've planned on the pipeline going, what am I going to cut out in order to move this up to try and make this better? So we'll just have to wait and see how they do it. Like I said, I do wish, though, it was sooner than friggin' sometime 2026. But, like, sorry if it sounds like a Debbie Downer and like I'm trying to squish how people are feeling. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just being realistic about the situation from looking at it from both sides. Like, it like fucking sucks. It's the same thing as like when a VTuber has all these massive plans for a debut and one part goes wrong because of whatever, and now the whole thing is side-railed from all the months of planning and all of that, and you got to reallocate and refigure out the game plan for the project. Same kind of thing. Early 2026 can be anywhere from like January to March, right? And these complaints have been going on since launch, and we're 4 months into the game's life cycle now. So it's going to be very hard to keep people engaged in the current state of the end game until, let's say, the latest of March 2026. It's they need to put it out sooner rather than later, honestly. Like, they really do. But they're also stuck into this, I'm sure, having to, like, well, damn, that's something we weren't planning on having to do. So now they got to plan on what they want to do. They're going to have to get feedback. They're going to have to get QA. They're going to have to get testing. And so that's like a whole ass new development cycle of something. It's not just a fix it and make it better, right? Hank, I specifically coming from not the point of view of a player, but do you realize how long 400 hours is for any game? There's 24 hours in a day. Think about that as how many days straight, full-time 24 hours, 400 hours is. And you compare that to, like, even if you just bought the base game of the game, you've got a ton of hours for the money that it's worth. And they quite honestly, I think projected for people to play a game that was, let's say, 300 to 700 hours before they run out of stuff to do. That's a crazy ass amount of time, especially for people who want to sit in chat and say it's not an MMO. So then you're thinking about a 700 hour like single player game? That's crazy. Yeah. No, what it is when you design a game, you design it for X amount of hours if it doesn't have a wash repeat cycle. And what I mean by that is like, let's say Fortnite. I know everybody's favorite thing, Fortnite. When you look at Fortnite, it's the same thing you do every match. You drop in and you kill everybody else and hope not die first. The reason why that is like competitive and changing is because of how the other people are playing, right? If you build, let's say the first, they say 100. I'm going to say 200. Let's say you build the first 200 of your games more exclusively as a PvE content part of your game, and then you go into like the PvP content of the game. It's still a service. It's still a live service game. It's just they're doing it differently because a live service is like the game is consistently updating and growing and changing and needs to make revenue to do a dev cycle continuously like that. Right? So their business model just is not the same as a subscription with microtransactions. They're just doing it a little differently. Right? But it's still a service game. It's still live. You can't play it offline. Their servers have to be up for you to play it. They have to patch their servers all the time, unfortunately. I really wish they didn't have to because it sucks. But that is what it is. Right? So I would say if you design a game for 4, we'll say maybe 500, depending on if you're like me and get sucked down the base building hole. You know, that's really not bad. If a player chooses to condense the 500 hours within the first 3 months of a game, that's their choice and how they've played the game. You know, but and then the conversation of it needs a more robust end game is true. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to say it. But when people are like, I've spent, and I'm not saying this is you, Hank, but in general, like I've spent 500 to 700 hours in this game and I've got nothing left to do and I'm mad about it. I'm like, that's a lot of time in one game and in the short amount of real life time you've had, right? You know, being disappointed that there's nothing more or you wish there was more to do is very different from being mad about it, right? Because if you're disappointed and wishing for more, that means you're enjoying what you've got and you just want it to be better and you want more of it and you're just frustrated there's not. That, like, right? So I would just make it so you can also create your own session. Do not necessarily require the main servers. That would be nice. Or, like, it's unfortunate their private servers are rented from them. Now, for people, if there's anyone in chat who plays on a private server, when the live servers go down, do the private servers go down for the updates as well? I would assume so, because I'd assume they would just update all the servers across the board. But I don't know. I don't play on private servers. That's why I'm asking. Yes? Okay, got it. So yeah, it would be nice if you could have your own, especially since Haga Basin is so much PvE. It would be nice if you could have like your own like session offline, even if it's just like, hey, I'm gonna go farm all these mats, and then like you transport and then you logged in and then, you know, the game like maybe did a like a once, like an update every couple days, every day, where it calculated what you had and put into the base. That is a lot of programming though. That really is. That's a lot of stuff that has to calculate. Like, I mean, just think about like if you guys play Destiny and think about how much has to go into the fact where you can manipulate what is in your inventory from like the website while you're playing the game. That's crazy amount. It's not impossible, obviously, but it is a lot. And DD is shared between all private servers. Oh, okay. So that's how they do that. Okay. All right. So we can keep yapping about this, guys, here, but let me... I'm actually up way past longer than I was going to be because this conversation is... And this isn't bad. This is a very involved conversation with a lot of moving parts. But I need to go do my dailies and my gacha game real quick, and then I need to head to bed. So we can keep having the conversation while I'm doing those. That's totally fine. I don't mind. But, I don't want to say players need to be realistic because that's not what I mean and that's not how I want it to come off of. But I think people need to at least understand where the devs are coming from, even if they don't agree with it. Because you can still understand something and disagree with it. That's 100% fair. But if you are wanting a completely different endgame experience, you're going to have to give them the time to develop it. I just personally wish it wasn't until next year because that's going to suck all the way from like now all the way until I'm saying March because that's the end of like early 2026 is pretty much considered March, right? Because that's the end of like Q1. Right? That's a long ass time to ask for players just to deal with how the deep desert is. I really want them to do something in the meantime to at least help with how the deep desert situation is now before they can relaunch it. Right? But don't know how their situation is behind the doors, right? Yeah, I don't think the game is unhealthy as the internet is making it to be, but it definitely has big problems that need to be fixed. And the only way to really be objective about any situation is to temper the emotions, and that's why I made the Vulcan joke earlier, is you gotta temper the emotions and like be realistic about something, right? Like dropping 400 to 700 hours into a game is great. And maybe it's time to move on and then come back. But then the problem becomes, well, I've built this mega base. Now what am I supposed to do? Because if I leave, it's going to be gone. And I'm going to feel like a lot of my hours were wasted, right? But on the flip side, the devs were 100% honest about that in its game design and upfront about it, right? So this is where I'm saying the game's biggest issue, it really seems like, is how the devs have designed the game versus how players want the game to be. There seems to be like a massive disconnect on that. So that's where they need to readjust the game to meet more of what players want. But on the other hand, I think at some point players will just have to also realize there are things the way the games have designed the game to be because that's the game they wanted to make. So it's going to be interesting to see how like the discourse falls with it, honestly. Me, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I know I'm probably not going to enjoy Deep Desert once we get to where Deep Desert is. Because if all these people are saying all the same thing, that is the problem going on with it. And I'm not someone that's stupid enough to disagree with that. At all. It's just, I personally don't have any experience in it yet, so I'm just going off of second, third, fourth hand knowledge of what you hear going on, right? Like, hell, people even bitch about certain things going on in the gacha waifu game, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, whatever, you know? Sounds like a total revamp. It will be a lot of work. Yeah. I do, and I hope with this revamp, what they're doing is they're keeping what players are saying in mind and trying to find the space where what they want to do and their vision is still there, but make it more in line with what players are expecting as well. They got to find that balance, and if they can find the balance, I think it'll be okay. But it's probably going to be a little hard to find that balance, honestly. Ooh, 800 gems. Let's go. Unfortunately, ganking is always a part of PvP. Like, that's just kind of how that is, right? That's just within the realm of how PvP works. It sucks ass, but, you know, that's how it is. Now, that's why I still say they should focus more on the faction design of the game. So at least it's a faction griefing another faction versus all the players griefing each other. It helps alleviate it to some degree.
With all your might toward the light.
No, D2's PvP is entirely different from this because D2 does Destiny 2, right? You mean Destiny 2? Destiny 2 doesn't have open PvP. It has restricted PvP in certain places, in certain maps, and in PvP matches. That's different from open world PvP. That's like completely different.
How do I look?
Now, maybe they could eventually add in where it's both, where you would have like queues and maps and stuff you go in, like maybe there's a timed mission you go do that you queue in, and like you're pitted against one team and against another to see who gets there first. Like that could be fun in theory, right? And that would be kind of aligned in like how Destiny 2 is. But how this PvP works in Dune is much more like how open PvP servers work in World of Warcraft, minus the faction element being there to back it up.
Maybe continue our date now?
Yo, thank you for reminding me, Auntie. I'll check after this run. Give me 1 sec. No, that is a way to do PvP. That is not the only way to do PvP. World of Warcraft has had PvP open servers like that for fucking ages since the game launched. And it has arenas. It has both. It has battleground arenas and that. And I'm not even really focusing on this. I'm just letting the girls go crazy, and that's why they're all gonna die here, because I'm just running it to get the stuff at this rate. Yeah. Like, it sucks, don't get me wrong, but that's why I'm really thinking if they focused more on the faction element, it would help alleviate some of it. Okay, now I gotta actually aim the girls. Hold on, give me a second.
Down with those who would threaten. Let us all strive to be beautiful. Next time I'll be even faster. Yes, my voice is fine. Swim down with those who would threaten the kingdom. Commence firing.
You're welcome, Brushy. I appreciate the reminder. I swapped to Nikkei. Doro should be on the head for Nikkei. You had a 100% point. What's up, brother? How you doing tonight?
The disruptive elements have been removed. Maybe continue our date now?
The problem with Dune versus Rust is how important vehicles are. Yeah, it sounds like, and I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was gathering was when it comes to the vehicle combat, basically they made the ornithopters became the meta because you don't have to worry about worm sign with them, and it was just the rockets were so powerful that it was just like, why would you do anything else? From what I understood, right? That was like kind of the vibe I was getting from everything.
The party isn't over yet, is it? Let's go back and enjoy ourselves.
This speed and range on them. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, I can't access my friends list from here. Okay, hold on. Ragnar's got Yellow Mermaid on his. What a homie. There you are, Auntie. There you are. Did you show this to Sane? Did you show this to Sane? This is hilarious. Oh my god. If not, you need to show it to him. Oh my god, that's funny as hell, bro. Oh, that's good. Yeah, show that to him. He'll find that funny as hell. Tower, sheesh. Look at that. Is my friends list full? Yeah, but let me see if there's anybody. Typically, if someone hasn't logged in like a month, I could come off. 79 days ago? Brother, get out of here. 97? Ooh. I know who the 97 is. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, buddy. Let's see. 5. I am on NA though, so... But here you go. It's called Jeff McDo because that's the name of the protagonist we give in any game that lets us name a protagonist. That's why. Yeah, NA. Yeah. That's why they added the limit to rockets and they explode on the one each of their range. Because people will shoot you from outside or draw distance, which draw distance or... That's what people kept saying about the distance, because people kept saying the distance in deep desert sucked, but I never quite knew what they meant. No worries, Brushy, you good. DY Dodo hat lady. So now I understand what their complaints about the draw, like why that was a problem. Okay, I follow now. We're good.
Let's see just
And
how
when I
good this
complaint, when I say complaint, I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that as, oh my god, they're just bitching and complaining to bitch and complain. It's like, oh no, I understand the reason for the grievance now. Okay, got it. Okay. What's up, Legendary? How you doing?
Now, let the games debut.
Can't scout for really hostile players showing up because by the time you see them, it's already too late. Oh, I see. Okay. So I go back to making it more faction based will alleviate some of this. It won't fix it, but it'll be like, hey, I see this person, you shoot rockets or whatever at them, and it doesn't work or hit them because they're your faction, and you go, fuck, I wasted a rocket, and then you move on with your day, right? Or like you're both in a loot cave. You can't murder each other because you're on the same faction, hopefully. Especially if you're on like a really biased server, right? Again, it doesn't solve issues, but it helps also make the, oh my god, that guy's a stinky Harko. Mods, get that guy, right? It helps feed that war they're trying to say exists lore-wise that isn't really reflected in gameplay yet. So it would benefit both things in that regard. Shared it was saying, awesome.
Don't worry.
I might get Yudachi on Thursday. Oh, as in like Yudachi meta, right? Yo, bro, I didn't log in for like almost a week. I logged in the other day, so I gotta put some hours into it when I play Dune later today, I think. I'm not gonna do anything like story-wise off stream. I don't mess with story stuff off stream. I keep that for stream, but I got other stuff I'll probably be able to do in the game somehow.
Let's put some gusto into our swimming.
Now, let the games debut.
I never thought I'd be fighting in a dress. Let's finish this quickly.
Swim.
How do I look? Let's wipe them out and head back.
The winner, it's you!
Hey, what's up, Goku? How you doing, brother? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I probably, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I lost followers over that conversation. Because I'm not uber agreeing with the popular mindset. I'm agreeing to it to some degree, and then looking at it in a realistic way of going, well, how do you fucking fix the problem then, but keep certain things in mind, right?
Down with those who would threaten the kingdom.
But I do hope they figure out how to, you know, pull it around and they fix the game, because I really do like the Dune game, and I like all of the troubleshooting and stuff I've had to deal with Funcom on my side as a content creator has been fantastic. I know that's not the same as ticket players in-game, I know. And they're very different sides of the company, I'm aware. But I still would like them to succeed and then to fix the issues with the game and make, you know, they're poisoned. Well, this run's busted. Oh, well, that's okay.
My clothes are burning. My clothes are burning.
I don't do mixed faction fleets. The only fleet of mine that's ever mixed faction is the one that people requested, like the girls that are requested on that. That's the only one that I do that's mixed faction.
Down with those who would threaten the kingdom. Commence firing. will finish this quickly. Swim down with those who would threaten the kingdom. Commence firing.
Woo! Barely saved that one.
This outfit is a real drag. Yes, my voice is fine. Let's finish this quickly. Down with those who would threaten the kingdom. Securing victory for their subjects is a king's duty.
Crown's like, I will survive.
The party isn't over yet, is it? Let's go.
I will be the last one alive.
Victory for their subjects is a king's duty.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with being critical. It's being constructive about it. And when I mean constructive, I mean you're like, okay, these are my problems with it. This is what I want fixed. I recognize this is what the devs want. So let's meet in the middle, right? But most of what I hear, especially like in the YouTube sphere, is just complaining. And when I say complaining, I mean these are the people who are like, it doesn't matter what the game does, it doesn't matter what it is, the shot's already over, they've wasted it, it's done, dead game. That's what I mean by complaining. Not people who have, here are my issues with the game and I'm frustrated these issues are still here. Right? They're very different things. Oh, you miss like everything, Red. You miss like everything. Like, God Emperor showed up and he's like a worm. You miss like so much, man. Game equal bald. Yeah, exactly. Like, you were gone for so long, Mystics woke up and came back. Bald! Bald! Do it all again. Now just go watch the VOD, brother. Go watch the VOD. That's what the VOD's there for. Alright, let's look at Brushy. Ooh, somebody's a D fan. It's very stylish, actually. This looks really nice. This is very stylish. Red was stars, 1 stars to take more mental damage. I like it. Good job. And we're doing this before I end stream because I will not be able to play the game until after reset. And I didn't get to log into the game before stream because I did a workout instead. So that's why we're quickly going through all of this right now. So no pulls, no none of that. That's going to be saved on actual Nikkei night. Yeah, it's just, I'm just doing dailies, that's all.
Ugh, my feet keep getting caught in the hem of this dress.
But she said the dress line just for you, Red. She knew you were waiting for it. As I use the XDD emote, she made an XDD banner.
Yes, understood. Moving to the designated location.
This song is such a vibe, man. Song is such a vibe. Oh, someone made it for you. I got it, Brushy. I get you. It's not about the mental damage. It's about the jiggle shooter with trauma. True. It's a different kind of damage. Oh, hey, I just fought this guy.
Down with those who would threaten the kingdom.
how to treat the commander, as in like how they're gonna treat him to a good time.
Securing victory.
I do most of my criticism to the questions like, will a carrier box be able to be taken on the world map, or is it possible so that the sandcrawler can also pick up flower sand? I think the sandcrawler should definitely pick up flower sand. I don't know if there's anything in lore to say it can or can't. So in that case, if there is nothing in lore holding them back, they should just straight up be able to make it do it. Or make a smaller one that would be specifically for that, namely in like Haga Basin, right? You could do that as well, because then it gives them something else to unlock and something else to have to build a tier for. It makes people engage in the game, you know.
You can afford to slip up once with this. Looks like we can collect a bunch of coins. Why don't we look for a shortcut? Huh?
Oh! Oh well.
We weren't done though.
I got, like, last I checked I was like 15 on that. I'm probably, I went 17, yeah. So I had a really good run, but then I messed up like a double, it was like a back-to-back chandelier thing and I messed it up. I was like, oh, okay, well, rip bozo me. Rip bozo wispy.
Let us move forward with grace and poise.
No, see, that's because you're making the bread and people have to come buy the bread from you. See, that's where the player economics comes in on this. Come on, Mystics, you make sourdough. You know how this works, man. Everybody show up. Everybody want the sourdough on Arrakis. Come on now. Maybe you could have a different vacuum part. That's a good idea too, right? It's like taking making these kind of ideas and giving them to the devs and being like, please listen to these ideas, right? Consider these ideas. Now, if that is how this is going and they still ignore the players, then it's not so good. But if all you're hearing is negativity, it doesn't end well at all in any game. But I also, you know, people are frustrated. They're mad. They want shit to be better. They want to enjoy the game. They want more to do in it, right? So the frustration comes from a want of wanting the game better. I'm missing like 2 of the gems, bro.
Yes, understood.
And jack up the prices so I can monopolize all the bread.
Not there. I knew that.
All right, now Kay and Mystics are going to be opening like a friggin' flower. I wonder, actually,
moving to the designated location.
Does flower sand and/or flower sand products like sell decent on the marketplace now that it's harder to get flower sand? Because the element you would think going into the marketplace would be...
Oh, right. Not there.
It's there for the people who don't want to spend the time farming things because they don't have the time to play the game, right? So then, because this is how it is usually in most games, right? So then it becomes like, how, you know, like, what are people buying to save their time, right? Flower sand and flower sand accessories. But I mean, like, if you go to the like, I do wish the marketplace was also a bit more robust in this. The marketplace, the way it's laid out, is kind of ass, honestly. But, like, them laying it out better so that you can tell, you know, what's actually, selling well, what is in demand. They do it on the NPCs, so they need to find a way to bring it into the marketplace in the game. Okay, let's see. Oh, perfect, guys. We'll go visit Cootie tonight over on Twitch. Cootie looks like she's playing with a friend, but they're playing Dark Souls 3. So that'll be good for you guys. So, YouTube, thank you guys for hanging out so much. This stream wasn't supposed to be this long. So I'm a bit hosed tomorrow, but you know, it ended up being a long stream anyway, so good. I was hoping for a bit more time with the DLC, but obviously the servers went down. So good night, YouTube. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We are playing a game with Ragnar tomorrow. So you guys will have to hang out and see how that collab goes. And then Thursday is NEK night. So you guys all have a fantastic night over on YouTube. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you for the subscriptions. If you're new, please feel free to leave a like. Subscribe as well. I play Dune often and also play NEK quite a lot as well. And then we do Helldivers nights occasionally.